Okay, yay, we're live. I'm live. Still not on Restream. I don't know what's going on with that thing. It's all jumpy and whatnot. So I'm on StreamYard again today. What else was there? I think that was it. But there is one of these stories that I tried to get through, but I'm not going to be able to do it by myself because I've been screaming at my TV every time I try. It's making me anxious because it's just taking too long. And it's like, man, I can't sit through it. So I'm hoping you guys can sit through it with me because the story is kind of aggravating. What else is there? I think that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh yeah. The Charlie Kirk thing. I wasn't gonna speak on it. Oh, Barry White's dead? When did he die? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, but when did he die? Yeah, all this is great, but when did he die? Okay. But when did he die, though? Oh, well, okay. When did he die? It doesn't say. But okay, apparently Barry White's dead. I don't know when Barry White died. But okay. But this Charlie Kirk thing. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about it. I still kind of don't want to talk about it. Because I think it's the Black Hat's way of saying we can still get to you. We may not have got the one guy, but we can get to you still. We can get under your skin. That's a Black Hat thing, I think. I think that Charlie Kirk it was a message. We can still get to you. Don't be out in the open. Something like that. It's some kind of message. You know, because symbolism will be their downfall. There's a message in everything. That is a message. But I want to get to my message. I want to watch this story because I can't get through this. I can't. It's becoming highly difficult to get through this. No, I don't know why. Can't get enough of your love, babe. When did when did Barry White die?
Is violently pushed off a 10-story building, but a poor 7-year-old girl rushes to help him. However, she was too weak to bear his weight. What happens next is unbelievable. The storm building over New York City was a pale reflection of the fury boiling in Arthur Sterling's chest. From the top of his penthouse, the world looked like a chessboard at his feet, a domain he had shaped with an iron fist and a suspicion that was both his armor and his curse. The air inside the office, thick with the scent of Italian leather and power, was
Hey,
charged
Will.
with the kind of electricity.
Happy Friday indeed. Listen, before we get to this story, this is about a millionaire who fights another millionaire, and I couldn't get through it. Like, this story is taking too long, man. So I had to restart it. Now I'm gonna watch it with you, so you can be just as infuriated as me. But I get my mouth surgery on Tuesday. On the 16th, I get mouth surgery. And I have therapy on the 19th. But I think the 16th, I'm definitely not going to be here on the 16th. And I probably won't be online again until the 19th or the 20th, because all my teeth will be gone and my mouth will be all surgical and whatnot. But it's my last surgery, the last one, and then all my surgeries from my injuries will be done on Tuesday. Yeah. And then hopefully I'll never have to get another brain surgery ever again. Thank God. But I'll still have, oh no, I have to get an angiogram. This is my second to last surgery. Almost last surgery. But we're not going to count angiograms as surgery. So this is my last surgery. Yeah. It's so awesome, ain't it? But I ain't going to have no teeth for a couple weeks. But I don't care. I don't care. We're doing good, right, Wheels? Wheels, we're doing good. Can't get enough of your love, babe. Hey, did you know Barry White was dead? Because I just found that out today, like right now, but it didn't say when he died. It just said he was born in 1940 something. Did you know Barry White was dead? Because I did not know. I'm going to ask Google. That's going to go Google. What am I looking for? This. Can't get enough of your love, babe. When did Barry White die? He
Barry
died.
White died on July 4th, 2003.
Thank you. Thank you, Google. I did not know that. Why are they talking about his cause of death today then? I don't know what's happening. Ah. Oh. Man, I heard that kidney failure is no fucking joke though. The kidney failure. That's some shit. I heard that the kidney is some shit. Do you want to watch this story with me about a billionaire fighting another billionaire? And then something about this girl? I almost made it. But it was taking too long. So I restarted it. So let's listen to this story.
That precedes lightning. Across the polished mahogany desk, Richard Price, the man he had once called a brother and who was now just an obstacle, trembled with a barely contained rage. His shoulders, normally relaxed, were tense, and his eyes, which had once shared dreams, now sparked with the desperation of a cornered animal. The paperwork between them was a
That link is this story. Just in case you want to watch the story without my loud ass remarks.
corporate death warrant, the hostile buyout of Richard's shares, the final blow that would consolidate Arthur's empire and erase his partner from the history they had built together. Arthur took a cruel pleasure in it. It was his nature. Trust was for the weak. Loyalty was a currency that always devalued. He had learned that the hard way, and now he...
Okay. Well, no wonder. Look. Okay. Now I understand what's happening. Okay. I'm gonna shut up.
He was teaching the lesson. "The numbers don't lie, Richard," Arthur said, his voice as calm and sharp as a scalpel. "You got careless, and carelessness in our world is the same as betrayal." Richard shot to his feet, the chair toppling backward with a dull thud. "Betrayal? You talk about betrayal. You who squeezed every drop of my dedication to feed your paranoia. You turned me into a ghost in my own company." The argument, once a venomous whisper, escalated into shouts that echoed through the vast apartment. Driven by a need for air, for space, Arthur walked to the glass doors leading to the terrace, sliding them open to the howling wind and the fine rain that had begun to fall. The grey sky looked ready to collapse on the city. Richard followed him, his face red with choler. "I gave 30 years of my life to this, to you." Richard's words were lashes in the wind. "And you accuse me of stealing? You who stole my soul?" Arthur turned, disdain etched on his face. "Your soul isn't worth the paper this contract is printed on." It was the last straw. In a blind rage, Richard lunged. It wasn't a punch, it was a shove. A violent, desperate thrust, fueled by decades of resentment. Arthur, caught by surprise, staggered back. His expensive shoes slipped on the marble floor that was becoming slick with mist. The world tilted vertiginously. For a split second, he felt the absence of ground beneath his feet, the void calling to him. The scream...
Wow. Now the story makes sense. Okay. Look,
was trapped in his throat, replaced by a pure, absolute terror. His hands flailed, grasping for anything, and his fingers closed with the strength of a drowning man on the cold metal frame of the terrace railing. His body swung violently over the abyss. Dozens of floors below, the cars were tiny toys. The wind whipped at him, trying to tear him from his only anchor. He looked up and saw Richard's face, distorted by hatred. There was no remorse there, only a grim resolution. Slowly, deliberately, Richard raised his foot and placed it on Arthur's fingers, which were clinging to life by a thread. The pressure began crushing, a crack of bone, the searing pain shooting up his arm. His fingers were giving way. The end was a cold, dizzying certainty. The pain was a blinding white agony, surging from Arthur's crushed fingers and exploding in his brain. Every second hanging there felt like an eternity. The roar of the wind in his ears, drowning out the sound of his own bones breaking under Richard's shoe. The hatred on his ex-partner's face was the last image he would take from this world. He was going to die here, a billionaire reduced to dead weight, eliminated not by a worthy rival, but by a man he considered weak, who now looked down on him with hideous triumph. His strength was draining, the cold mist making the metal slick. His fingers screamed in protest, ready to let go. It was then, amidst the whirlwind of wind and despair, that he saw her, a small, almost ethereal figure appearing on the adjacent service terrace, a space he barely knew existed. It was a little girl in a simple dress, her dark hair plastered to her face by the rain. She ran, her small bare feet slapping silently on the wet floor. Her eyes, wide and frightened, were fixed on him. Arthur blinked, certain it was a hallucination, an infantile angel of death come to escort him. But she was real. With an urgency that defied her age, the girl lay down on the terrace floor, her thin body stretched to its limit, and extended a small arm toward him. "Sir, take my hand!" she yelled, her small voice nearly lost in the wind. For a moment, the absurdity of the situation paralyzed him. Then survival instinct took over. With his hand that wasn't being crushed, he reached the muscles in his shoulder. Screaming, his fingers found hers. Her hand was small, delicate, almost fragile. And the moment he grasped it, the brutal reality hit him harder than Richard's shove. She had no strength. She was a child. Her small hand, though firm, could do nothing against the weight of a grown man. A final, cruel irony. His only hope was as helpless as he was. He saw the understanding dawn on her face, too. The initial panic in her eyes gave way to intense frustration and then to something else, a spark of fierce determination. She didn't pull. She didn't try. Instead, she abruptly let him go, shouted, "Wait!" and scrambled to her feet, running to the inner wall of the service terrace. Arthur watched her stop before a small red box, something he had never noticed in all his visits to that floor. With an effort that took her whole body, she pulled a small lever down, and then she turned, filled her small lungs, and screamed with all her might, not at him, but at the hallway below, the one word that would change everything: fire! The next second, a deafening alarm began to blare, an electronic shriek that tore through the air, accompanied by strobe lights that began flashing on the corridor ceiling. The sound was an electric shock. Richard, who had been savoring his moment of victory, froze. His head snapped toward the noise, his face a mask of confusion and fury. That hesitation, that split second of distraction, was all Arthur needed. Fueled by the adrenaline flooding his system and the last ounce of his strength, he swung his body to the side, a desperate pendulum. His crushed fingers screamed, but he ignored them. His free hand shot out, blindly seeking anything solid. His fingers closed around the metal frame of one of the glass windows. The new grip was precarious, but it was a chance. Richard, jolted from his stupor by the movement, looked down, the alarm still wailing like an omen, and saw Arthur's face, now inches from a new hold. He lifted his foot again, this time not to crush but to kick. Richard's kick sliced through the air, but adrenaline gave Arthur an agility he didn't know he possessed. He twisted his body, feeling the tip of his tormentor's expensive shoe scrape painfully against his ribs, but the impact wasn't enough to dislodge him. The shrill shriek of the fire alarm was the soundtrack to Richard's personal hell. The plan, so brutally simple, was unraveling into a chaos of flashing lights and sound. Panic replaced the hatred in his eyes. To stay meant being caught red-handed. He shot one last look of impotent fury at Arthur, a look that promised this wasn't over, and then turned and ran, disappearing through the office door, seconds before the first alarmed voices began to echo down the hall. Arthur was left alone, hanging between life and death, the alarm hammering in his head. The pain in his fingers was now a live coal, a fire consuming his arm. His other hand, clinging to the window frame, was slipping. Every muscle in his body trembled with the superhuman effort not to yield to gravity. For the first time in his adult life, he was completely powerless. His money, his influence, his connections, none of it mattered 70 stories up. He was just flesh and bone, fighting against cold metal and the treacherous wind. The world below was an indifferent tapestry of distant lights. He closed his eyes, the rain mixing with the cold sweat on his face. It was then that the terrace doors burst open. 2 security guards, their faces pale with shock, froze at the entrance, paralyzed by the scene. Their gazes went from Arthur to the empty
Wheels,
space
are you
beside
still
him,
here?
and the
Wheels, are you still here?
realization of what had almost happened left them speechless. Behind them, a woman came running. It was the cleaning lady, the girl's mother. Her name was... He didn't know. He had never bothered to know. She let out a choked cry upon seeing him and ran, not to him, but to her daughter, who was still standing near the alarm box, watching everything with an unsettling calm. The woman grabbed the girl, wrapping her in her arms as if to shield her from the entire world. The mother's look toward Arthur was a mixture of terror and accusation. What did his world have to do with her daughter? The guard's hands grabbed him, strong, desperate hands, pulling him over the railing. The feeling of solid floor under his body was like being born again. He collapsed, gasping, the pain in his hand exploding into overwhelming nausea. Paramedics, who had come up with the guards, immediately surrounded him, their voices a distant hum in his ears. An oxygen mask was placed over his face. He felt a prick in his arm, but his mind was elsewhere. Ignoring the pain, he lifted his head, searching through the chaos of legs and equipment. He needed to see her, the girl, his savior. He found her. The mother was holding her tightly by the hand, pulling her away from the scene toward a service elevator. The woman glanced back for a second, and her eyes met Arthur's. In them, he saw no relief or pride. He saw only fear. A deep, visceral fear that made her quicken her pace and disappear with the child, behind the closing metal doors. Before he could form a single word, a thank you, a question, they were gone. The little hero and her terrified mother had simply vanished, as if they had never been there. The sterile white of the hospital room was an affront. Arthur hated hospitals. They were places of weakness, of surrender, where bodies were broken and control was handed over to strangers in white coats. He was sitting up in bed, his torso bare under a coarse sheet, his right hand wrapped in a thick bandage that throbbed with a dull, insistent pain. 3 broken fingers and multiple torn ligaments, the doctor had said. Lucky, he added, not to have lost the hand entirely. Lucky. The word sounded like an insult. He had ignored orders to rest, his cell phone pressed to his ear by his shoulder, while his left hand, trembling with rage, tried and failed to button a shirt an assistant had brought. He needed to get out of there, back to his command center, his office, where the world made sense. Every minute in this room was a victory for Richard. I don't care about procedure. I want my legal team here now, he snarled at the unfortunate head of security on the other end of the line.
It really seems like Richard should have been the good guy and Edward was the bad guy. But for some reason, we're on Edward's side of this. But at the beginning, it was like Edward's the bad guy and Richard's trying to stand up for himself. But for some reason, we're on Edward's side. What is happening? Since when do we vote for the bad guy? What is going on? This story is so backwards. See what I'm saying? That's why I didn't understand it. See, I thought Richard was the bad guy this whole way through. But then here at the beginning, because I must have missed it, it's talking about Edward. Or Richard was standing up for himself against Edward. But now Edward is the victim. But Edward wasn't the victim. See, I don't know what's happening. And Wheels, are you still here? Do you know what's happening?
Line. He hung up, throwing the phone onto the bed with a frustrated sigh. The image of the girl wouldn't leave his head. That small, serious face, the resolve in her eyes. And then the fear in the mother's eyes. Why did they run? They had saved him. They should be celebrated, rewarded. Instead, they disappeared like smoke. An hour later, his legal team arrived. Helena, his lead counsel, a middle-aged woman with a gaze as sharp as her mind, and Marcus, her right-hand man. They didn't enter with their usual deference. Their faces were grim, the gravity in their posture a bad omen. "Arthur, thank God you're all right," Helena began, but there was no relief in her voice. There was urgency. "Richard is gone. His private jet took off for the Cayman Islands 40 minutes after the incident." A chill ran down Arthur's spine. "Find him. Use every resource. I want him extradited and rotting in a cell." Helena exchanged a quick look with Marcus. "Arthur, the problem is bigger than we thought. It's not just about the assault. We've spent the last few hours scouring the servers. We believe the fire alarm interrupted him in the middle of his final move." Arthur stared at her, not understanding. "Move. He wasn't just trying to eliminate you physically," Helena said, her voice low and firm. "He was eliminating you financially. For months, maybe years, Richard has been siphoning funds. Small amounts at first, then millions. We found..."
Okay, so he was stealing. Okay. See, in the beginning of this, it seemed like Edward told Richard, "You're stealing from me." And then Richard was being all righteous, like, "I'm not stealing from you." And then Edward's like, "Yeah, but you suck though, and your life is worthless." And then Richard pushed him off the balcony. But it seems like Edward found Richard stealing, confronted him, and then Richard was going to kill him for it. Maybe. See, this is why I couldn't get through this the first time, because I don't know what the fuck is happening.
A complex network of shell companies and offshore accounts. He was bleeding the company dry from the inside, Arthur, systematically. The air left Arthur's lungs. The pain in his hand seemed to vanish, replaced by a cold void in his stomach. Robbed. He, Arthur Sterling, the man who could smell disloyalty from a mile away, had been robbed blind for years. The humiliation was a poison, more potent than the attempted murder. The physical attack was a crime of passion, almost primitive. But this was an insult to his intelligence, to his legacy, to everything he was. "How much?" he asked, his voice a hoarse whisper. Helena hesitated. "Our initial estimates, they're devastating. He leveraged company assets in ways you never authorized, created ghost debt. Arthur, the truth is, we're on the verge of ruin." The silence in the room was heavy, broken only by the monotonous beep of a heart monitor beside the bed. Arthur looked at his bandaged hand, the symbol of his vulnerability. He had been tricked, betrayed, and nearly killed. And now he was broke, a cold fire ignited in his eyes. "Then we destroy him," he said, his voice regaining its steel. "Legally, financially. I want him to have nowhere left to hide." Helena swallowed hard, her expression growing even more concerned. "That's where things get even more complicated, Arthur," she said, opening a folder she had brought. "Richard didn't plan this overnight. He laid the groundwork. For the last 6 months, he's been collecting statements from ex-employees, forging reports, and even paid 2 psychologists to create a dossier. A dossier alleging that you suffer from mental instability, paranoia, and erratic behavior. He was building a case to have you removed from the company on grounds of incapacity, the attack on the terrace. He's going to claim that you attacked him in a psychotic fit and that he merely defended himself." Helena's revelation hung in the sterile air of the room, more suffocating than the lack of ventilation. Arthur felt a wave of nausea. Richard's plan was diabolical in its perfection. It wasn't just a theft, it was a complete annihilation of his identity, his reputation. The victim turned into the aggressor, the financial genius portrayed as a madman. He looked at his own hands, the bandaged one and the trembling one, and for the first time in decades he felt cornered. The spider's web Richard had woven was intricate and sticky, and he was right in the center of it. That's absurd, he snarled, his voice thick with impotent fury. No one will believe that. My life is an open book. Helena shook her head slowly, the pity in her eyes infuriating him. Arthur, he has proof. Testimonies from people you fired, email chains taken out of context, reports signed by professionals. He's painted a picture of an isolated, suspicious man who lives in an ivory tower and sees enemies in every shadow. It's a caricature, but it's a convincing one for a board or a judge who doesn't know you. The bitter truth of her words hit him. His pathological suspicion, his armor, was now being used as the weapon to destroy him. Every door he had closed, to the world, every relationship he had sacrificed in the name of security was now a brick in the wall of his own prison. He was alone, and Richard was counting on it. What about the girl? The question escaped his lips before he could stop it. The cleaner's daughter. She saw everything. She's my witness. Marcus, who had remained silent until now, cleared his throat. We thought of that, Arthur. We've identified the employee. Her name is Clara. The daughter is Lydia, 7 years old. But there's a problem. Arthur leaned forward, the pain in his fingers forgotten. What problem? They've disappeared, Marcus said. They're not at their apartment. It's empty. A neighbor said Clara left in a hurry with a small bag right after leaving the building, and Arthur, Clara's exit from the company's system wasn't a normal departure. She was fired. Arthur's world stopped. Fired? By whom? On what authority? The order came from the Director of Human Resources, Helena explained. The reason on record: gross negligence, endangering the safety of company property and executives. The justification is that she allowed her child to wander into a restricted area during a critical incident. The termination was effective less than an hour after you were taken away by the ambulance. The cruelty of the act left him breathless. It was retaliation, a clear message. Richard's allies were still in the company, acting in the shadows, cleaning.
Wow. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. How'd they even know about that? Richard didn't even see the girl. What is happening?
Up loose ends. They hadn't just silenced his only witness, they had punished her for saving him. The woman, Clara, had lost her job because of him. The girl, Lydia, who had acted with a courage that would put armies to shame, was now a fugitive with her mother, likely terrified. A feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time began to bubble beneath the anger, guilt. He had never noticed that woman. She was part of the furniture, an anonymous face who kept his sanctuary immaculate. And now, she and her daughter were paying the ultimate price for his personal war. Find them, he ordered, his voice low and dangerous. Use every resource, private investigators, whatever it takes. I don't care about the cost. I want you to find Clara and Lydia and make sure they're safe. He knew it wasn't just about getting his witness back. It was something deeper. It was a debt, a life debt that he had to repay. As Helena and Marcus left to begin the hunt, Arthur was alone with his thoughts. He remembered the fear in Clara's eyes as she fled. It wasn't fear of him. It was fear of what he represented: power, danger, a violent world that had invaded their lives. And now he realized with a growing dread that fear was justified. What he didn't know was that miles away, in a small motel room on the outskirts of the city, Clara was holding Lydia in her arms, who was shivering not from fear, but from a sudden fever. And on top of a worn-out dresser, a plain brown envelope with no return address contained a single sheet of paper with a message printed in computer letters. Forget what you saw, for your own good. The thin walls of the motel room seemed to shrink with every passing hour. The smell of mildew and cheap disinfectant clung to the back of Clara's throat. Outside, the city pulsed with a life she was no longer a part of. Inside, the only sound was Lydia's ragged breathing, a faint wheeze that cut Clara's heart with every inhale. The girl's fever rose and fell in waves, leaving her pale and lethargic. The anonymous note was folded in her pocket, burning like a hot coal. Forget.
It's so sad.
How could she forget the terror on Mr. Sterling's face, the fury on the other man's, the sound of the alarm, the look of pure panic on Lydia's face when she realized she couldn't pull that huge man up? She knew, with a mother's intuition, that the firing was no coincidence. It was a punishment. The note, a sentence. They knew where to find her, and that meant they weren't safe anywhere. Meanwhile, in Arthur's world, the first week after the incident was a descent into a bureaucratic and paranoid hell.
Here we go.
Confined. To his penthouse, now guarded by a new security team, he was a caged lion. The news of his supposed mental breakdown had leaked to the financial press, planted with a surgeon's precision. Sterling Corp's stock plummeted. Board members, once subservient, now eyed him with suspicion. He saw Richard's shadow in every unanswered email, every postponed meeting. His days were a blur of video conferences with lawyers and accountants, each conversation revealing a new layer of Richard's betrayal. It was like peeling a rotten onion. The financial humiliation was almost worse than the physical one. He, the Midas, the man who turned everything to gold, now watched his empire crumble under the weight of fraudulent debts and sabotaged contracts. Amidst that storm, the one thing that kept him focused was the search for Clara and Lydia. The PIs he hired were the best, but they hit a wall of silence. Clara seemed to have been swallowed by the city, using only cash, avoiding cameras, moving like a ghost. It was a search for a needle in a haystack, and with each passing day, Arthur's desperation grew. He needed them, not just as witnesses, but as proof that on that terrible day, something good had happened. They were his only anchor in a sea of betrayal. It was on a Thursday night, while reviewing security reports with his new head of security, an ex-military man named Jonas, that something bothered him. The report mentioned 2 unexplained failures in his armored car's brakes in the last 3 months, both attributed to mechanical wear and tear, and an incident 6 months ago on an overseas trip where he had spent 2 days with violent food poisoning after a dinner with potential investors introduced by Richard. "Jonas," Arthur said, his voice low, "I want you to investigate these incidents. Forget what the reports say. Hire independent experts. I want to know if the wear and tear was natural, and I want a list of everyone who was at that dinner." Jonas, a man of few words, just nodded, but the look in his eyes showed he understood the implication. The shove on the terrace wasn't an impulsive act. It was Plan C. The paranoia Richard had used to slander him was, in fact, a survival instinct that had failed to sound the alarm. He had been hunted for months. The realization left him cold. It wasn't just a man. It was a plan. And he had seen nothing. Just then, his personal cell phone rang. Private number. He hesitated,
What is that?
then answered. A distorted, electronically altered voice spoke, looking for someone, Sterling. Arthur's blood ran cold. Who is this? A friend. A friend who knows where the mother and daughter are. A friend who thinks they should stay quiet. And that you should accept your forced retirement for old time's sake. Before Arthur could respond, the line went dead. He stood there, phone in hand, his heart pounding. They weren't just threatening Clara. They were using her as bait, using her against him. And at that moment, in a cheap motel room across town, Lydia, in a brief moment of lucidity between waves of fever, whispered to her mother, "Mommy, the bad man, Mr. Sterling's friend. I saw him before. Lots of times. He talked to Mr. Walter, the computer man. He gave him an envelope, and to the cleaning lady on the other floor." Clara looked at her, thinking the fever might be making her delirious, but Lydia pointed a trembling finger at the television where a financial news show was displaying a picture of Richard. "Not him, Mommy, the other one. The one who always smiled, but his eyes didn't. Arthur's private investigator called 2 days later. "Mr. Sterling, we have a lead. Not on Clara, but on a pattern. A very strange pattern of terminations and transfers. In your company, all linked to one man. Walter, your head of IT, and he seems to have a very close relationship with one of the cleaning supervisors. One who subbed in for the regular cleaner on your floor several times in the past few months. The PI's information was like a beam of light in a dark tunnel. Walter, the head of IT, a harmless-looking man, always hunched over a keyboard whom Arthur barely noticed, and a substitute cleaner. Small, seemingly insignificant pieces on the grand chessboard of his company. Richard was the enemy king, but who were the pawns paving the way for checkmate? Lydia's mention of the computer man and the cleaning lady echoed in his mind. A feverish child's perception now sounded like a prophecy. He ordered Jonas and the investigators to focus on Walter and the cleaner, quietly. No fanfare.
Oh,
He wanted
what?
to understand the extent of the network before he made a move. While the shadow investigation proceeded, the legal battle intensified. Richard's lawyers, using the forged dossier, filed an emergency petition to remove Arthur from control of the company, citing his dangerous instability. A hearing was set. Arthur's career and reputation would be judged based on skillfully constructed lies. The pressure was immense. He felt like he was fighting ghosts.
Man. Oh, man. This is wild. I hate this story. Oh my God. Get to it already. Man, get to it. This is so infuriating. I want to know what happened.
Every step he took, Richard seemed to have anticipated it. It was during a sleepless night, sifting through piles of documents in his office, that he found something. An old folder from the back of a file cabinet that hadn't been opened in years. The title was Initial Projects, S&P, Sterling, and Price. Inside were sketches, old business plans, dreams scribbled on napkins, and photos. Photos of them younger, in the garage where it all began. 2 young men with more ambition than money, grinning at the camera, the future a bright horizon. A sharp pain, different from the physical ache, hit him. It was the pain of loss, not of money, but of a friendship he had once believed was unshakable. In the back of the folder was a sealed envelope. In his own handwriting it read, "In case of emergency, open only together." He didn't remember it. 30 years was a long time. Curious, he tore open the envelope. Inside, there were no legal documents or secret passwords. There was a single sheet of paper and a small old key. On the paper, a contract they had written themselves in almost childish language. One clause read, "If one of us becomes a money-obsessed tyrant and forgets why we started, the other has the right to invoke the garage clause and force a 48-hour timeout to remember where we came from." It was a pact of youth, naive and forgotten, and the key, he recognized it. It was the key to the old warehouse they had used as their first office, even before the garage, a place that hadn't been visited in decades. An inexplicable impulse took hold of him. It was crazy, a waste of time, but he needed air, a break from this war of attrition. The next morning, without telling anyone, he took a car and drove to the decaying industrial part of the city. The warehouse was there, rusted and covered in ivy. The key with difficulty turned in the lock. The air inside was heavy, smelling of dust and time. Old furniture covered in sheets, boxes stacked high, and in a corner, an old metal safe. A cheap model they had bought at a thrift store. The combination, he racked his brain, his mother's birthday, Richard's mother's birthday. The year they met, the door creaked open. Inside were more photos, a trophy from a local award they had won, and at the back, a small cassette tape recorder. He pressed play. The voice that came out was a young Richard's, laughing, and his own. voice full of a hope he barely recognized, and then something else, a recording he never knew existed. It was a conversation between Richard and his father years ago. Richard's father's voice was harsh. "You're too soft, son. This Sterling kid will swallow you whole. If you don't learn to be a shark, you'll end up as bait. Sometimes, to protect what's yours, you have to be willing to burn it all down." And Richard's reply, trembling and young, "But we're partners, Dad, friends. Friendship doesn't pay the bills," the old man answered. "Remember that." Arthur turned off the recorder, his heart heavy. The seed of betrayal had been planted a long time ago. He was about to leave when his foot kicked a loose metal box under a table. He pried it open, and what he saw changed everything. These weren't company documents. They were records of payments made by Richard over years to a shell company in the Bahamas. But the beneficiaries weren't him. They were names Arthur didn't recognize. Names of executives at competing companies that had mysteriously gone bankrupt. And on a separate paper, a detailed plan. A plan to acquire a major pharmaceutical company, the company his own father had founded and lost to bankruptcy years before he even met Richard. The lead investor behind Richard's plan was a foreign conglomerate known for hostile takeovers, and the director of that conglomerate was the same man who had dined with him the night he was poisoned. The dusty air of the warehouse seemed to solidify, becoming heavy and hard to breathe. Arthur felt the floor drop out from under him for the second time in as many weeks. This wasn't a simple case of embezzlement or a personal vendetta from a resentful partner. This was something far bigger, older, and infinitely more sinister. Richard's betrayal wasn't just against him, but against his father's memory, against the very foundation of his journey. The pharmaceutical company his father had built with sweat and sacrifice and with
Wow. Damn, that's crazy. Man, people have way too much time. What the fuck?
which he had watched crumble as a teenager, was the real prize. His own company, Sterling Corp, was just the means to an end, the financial engine to fund this acquisition. He had been the tool and now the final obstacle to be removed. The names of the executives from failed companies, the secret payments. Suddenly it all made sense. Richard wasn't just stealing, he was participating in a large-scale industrial sabotage scheme orchestrated by that foreign conglomerate. They didn't buy companies, they broke them from the inside and then picked up the pieces for a fraction of their value. And he, Arthur, had been the unwitting financier of the entire operation. Richard's paranoia, his fear of being swallowed, was a projection. He had become the shark his father had advised him to be. He sat down on an old crate, the ringing in his ears louder than the warehouse's silence. The attack on the terrace, the forged reports, the smear campaign, it all fit into a cold, calculated strategy to seize total control of Sterling Corp's resources and make the final move on the pharmaceutical acquisition. His elimination was an operational necessity. He closed the metal box, his heart hammering. Against his ribs, he now had the proof, not just of Richard's betrayal, but of an international conspiracy. But how to use it? The hearing about his sanity was approaching. Presenting this evidence suddenly could seem like another paranoid delusion from a desperate man. He needed more. He needed a living witness, someone who could connect the dots. He needed Clara and Lydia. Returning to his penthouse, he found Jonas waiting for him, his face grimmer than usual. "Bad news, sir," Jonas said without preamble. "The mother and daughter, they've started receiving direct threats. We found a second note left at the door of their new hiding place. Our men didn't see them, but a neighbor told us. The message was more explicit this time. Stop making up stories or the girl will have an accident at school." Arthur felt the rage rise like bile. They were using a child as a weapon. The cruelty of the act solidified his resolve. This wasn't about business anymore, it was about justice.
Man.
And Walter, the IT guy? Arthur asked, his voice icy. He's acting strange, Jonas reported. Made a large cash withdrawal, and we found records of frequent calls to an untraceable number in the Cayman Islands. Same location Richard's jet flew to. The web was becoming clearer, the threads connecting Richard, the foreign conglomerate, and the traitors within his own company. They were cornering Clara, terrorizing her to ensure her silence. The firing, the threats, all designed to isolate and discredit her if she ever decided to talk. The next day, a new twist emerged. Helena, his lawyer, called, her voice tense. Arthur, Richard's lawyers just filed a new motion. It's a petition for guardianship, not just over the company.
This is what they did to Wendy Williams. This is the exact thing that Wendy Williams is going through right now. Somebody filed guardianship over her because they said she has dementia or some kind of crazy shit. If you've heard her talk, she does not. She does not at all. But somebody filed guardianship over her. And they've done it to Amanda Bynes, Britney Spears, Wendy Williams. A few other famous people have gotten these guardianship things too. And it's to take all their money and to make their life hell, to leave them broke and then let them off guardianship broke. Yeah, that's a real thing, and it's happening to Wendy Williams. Britney Spears got out of it. Amanda Bynes got out of it. Lindsay Lohan, I think, also has one. Yeah. The rich people, they have problems. They have a different way of hurting each other. But this guardianship is no fucking joke, man. It's like giving the wrong person your power of attorney.
But over your personal assets. They're claiming your condition makes you unfit to manage your own finances, and they have a judge who seems very sympathetic to their cause.
And that is the exact thing that happened to Britney Spears. They found a judge who was with their cause, empathetic to their cause. And they trapped Britney Spears like that. And no. Look, this guardianship shit, man, it's no fucking joke. Look into it. Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes, Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams is the one that you should look into the most because she does not have anything wrong with her, but they went through her bank and they went through her bank and got her bank account shut down. And now she has to fight with Fifth Third Bank. But because they have all these people empathetic to their cause, she's fucked without money, trapped in some apartment thing. Yeah. And then people actually believe. Did you know Wendy Williams has Alzheimer's? No, she doesn't. She fired an assistant, and the assistant turned around and got guardianship on her because she was fired. You can't give the wrong people your information, man. It's like giving Misery. What's her name? Damn, I don't remember her name. But anyway, the chick that hobbles the writer, it's like giving that chick your power of attorney.
The audacity of the move stunned him. They didn't just want the company. They wanted everything. To leave him without resources, without power, completely at their mercy. He felt like he was sinking in quicksand. For every move he made, they countered with two, always a step ahead. The legal battle seemed lost before it even began. That night, exhausted and disheartened, he stared out his penthouse window. The city glittered below, indifferent. He felt more alone than ever. It was then that his personal cell, the one he used for non-business matters, vibrated, a message from an unknown number. There was no text, just an image. It was a drawing, a child's drawing done in colored pencil. It showed a big man on top of a building and a bad man pushing him, and a little girl in a red dress pulling a fire alarm lever. Below the drawing, a sentence written in the hesitant script of a child. I saw. I remember. Beneath the sentence, there was a small detail that almost went unnoticed. In the corner of the drawing, the girl had drawn a little logo, the logo of a cheap fast food chain, known for its playgrounds. It was a message, a clue. Lydia was telling him where she was, in the only way she knew how. The child's drawing was more eloquent than any legal document. It was an act of courage, in the form of art, a coded message from an unlikely ally. The fast food chain's logo, a smiling sun in a chef's hat, was burned into Arthur's mind. It was a popular chain, with dozens of locations scattered throughout the city and its suburbs. The clue was a start, but the haystack was still immense. He immediately sent the image to Jonas and his team. Scrap everything else. This is the priority. Check every single location of this chain. Look for a woman and a girl matching their descriptions. Be discreet. We can't afford to scare them. As the search unfolded, the pressure on Arthur mounted. The media, fed by anonymous leaks, published articles about the eccentric recluse and his mental battle. His minority partners, once loyal, began to waver, pressured by the board and the plummeting stock value. He was losing control of his own narrative. The second week after the incident dragged on, each day bringing a new battlefront. His lawyers fought to delay the guardianship hearing, but the system seemed tilted in Richard's favor. It was like punching smoke. He felt increasingly isolated in his golden tower, which now felt more like a prison. The nights were the worst. He relived the fall, the wind, Richard's face. But now the image was mixed with Lydia's drawing. Her courage shamed him. A 7-year-old girl was risking everything to tell the truth, while he, with all his resources, was being systematically dismantled. One night, as he stared at the drawing, on his phone, something else caught his eye. Besides the logo, there was another small detail in the opposite corner. A small blue bus, drawn with care, and next to the bus, the number 47. It was another clue, a bus line, a cross-reference, a location for that chain on the 47 bus route. The search now had a much sharper focus. In less than an hour, Jonas called. We found it. There's a single location that fits. It's in a working-class neighborhood in Queens. The 47 bus stops right in front. My men are on their way. What are your orders? Arthur's instinct screamed for him to go himself, but he knew his presence would create a spectacle and could put them in more danger. Do not approach, just observe, confirm it's them, ensure they're safe from a distance. I don't want them to know they're being watched. The last thing we need is for them to run from us, too. Hours later, the confirmation came. It was a grainy video shot on a cell phone from afar. It showed Clara and Lydia sitting at a booth by the window. Lydia was eating fries, looking healthier. Clara, however, looked exhausted. Her shoulders slumped with the weight of the world, constantly glancing at the door, at the street, like a frightened animal. Seeing them there, so vulnerable, ignited a protective fury in Arthur. He had to reach them, but how? A direct approach would terrify them. Sending a lawyer would feel like a summons. It was then that he had an idea. He wouldn't send a suit. He would send someone who spoke Clara's language, someone who understood fear and precarity. He thought of Helena, his lawyer, but she was part of his world. Then he remembered a former employee, a woman named Iris, who had been a housekeeper at the company for 40 years and had retired the previous year. She knew Clara. She had a gentle way about her, a wisdom that came from a life of hard work. He contacted her. He explained the situation, the delicacy, the need to build trust. Iris, with her unshakable calm, accepted immediately. The next day, a white-haired woman with a kind smile walked into the fast food restaurant. She didn't go directly to Clara's table. She ordered a coffee, sat nearby, and after a few minutes, accidentally dropped her purse. When Clara bent down to help, their eyes met. "Clara, my dear, is that you? What are you doing out here?" The relief on Clara's face at seeing a familiar, friendly face was instant. They talked. Iris didn't mention Arthur. She spoke of life, of hardships, of how good people sometimes find themselves in bad situations. And then, gently, she handed Clara a burner phone. "A friend of mine asked me to give this to you. She said you might need help and that this phone is safe. No one can track it." That night, the phone Iris had given Arthur rang. It was Clara. Her voice was a whisper, filled with fear and suspicion. "What do you want from us?" "I want to help," Arthur said, his own voice softer than he expected. "I know you're in danger because of me. I want to protect you, and I need your help. Lydia, she's the only one who can tell the truth." There was a long silence. He could hear Clara's breathing on the other end. "They'll hurt us," she said, her voice cracking. "They'll hurt my daughter." "I won't let them," Arthur promised, with a conviction that came from the depths of his soul. "But for that to happen, I need you to tell me everything. Everything Lydia saw, every detail. Because your daughter's perception might be the key to bringing down not just one man, but an entire organization that has been hunting me for months." The conversation with Clara was a turning point. For the first time, Arthur felt he was no longer fighting alone. Her voice, though trembling, carried the strength of a lioness protecting her cub. For hours, over several calls on that secure phone, Clara relayed Lydia's observations. They were fragments, pieces of a puzzle seen through the eyes of a child who, by being invisible to the adults around her, saw and heard everything. Lydia, with her photographic memory, recalled whispered conversations in hallways, tense faces, in impromptu meetings, documents left on desks. She described Walter, the IT guy, handing a flash drive to an unknown messenger in the parking garage. She described the substitute cleaner photographing documents on Arthur's desk with her cell phone when she thought no one was looking. She even described a tense meeting between Richard and a harsh-speaking foreign man, in which she overheard the words "break failure" and "disappointment." Every detail Lydia remembered was a piece that fit perfectly into the puzzle Arthur and his team were assembling. The girl's innocent observations were, in fact, a devastating eyewitness account of the conspiracy. Arthur realized with a chill that Lydia's life wasn't just in danger because she witnessed the incident on the terrace. She was in danger because she was the only person who could connect all the dots of the criminal network. This transformed her from a witness to the primary threat. The priority shifted from finding the truth to protecting the source of the truth. He moved Clara and Lydia to a secure location, an isolated country house belonging to a trusted friend, under the constant protection of Jonas and his most loyal team. Far from the city's prying eyes, Lydia, feeling safe for the first time in weeks, began to blossom. She drew tirelessly, no longer scenes of terror, but the faces and events she remembered. Her drawings became a visual
Yeah, but when did she do all that? You think it would have told us that she saw more than just this guy get kicked off the balcony or whatever. Apparently she saw a lot. I don't know when.
diary of the conspiracy. Meanwhile, the legal battle reached a critical point. The guardianship hearing was set, and the assigned judge, a man known for his rigidity and political connections, seemed unmoved by the
That's what happened to Britney Spears and Wendy Williams.
arguments of Arthur's lawyers. Richard's strategy was working perfectly. The judicial system, meant to be a pillar of justice, was being manipulated. Helena, in an emergency meeting, delivered the devastating news. Arthur, it's worse than we thought. The judge, we found evidence of large deposits into his account from an investment fund linked to the same foreign conglomerate. The police, the detective in charge of your case, was suddenly transferred and replaced by someone who has buried the attempted murder investigation, classifying it as a dispute between partners with no conclusive evidence. They're not just manipulating the system, they've bought it. The hope of a resolution through official channels disintegrated. They were completely surrounded. The law, the police, the media, everything was being used against him. Arthur felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. He had the truth, he had the proof, he had the witness, but what good was it if the referee was on the enemy's side? That night at the country house, Arthur watched Lydia playing in the garden. She ran after butterflies, her laughter echoing in the country air. For the first time, he saw her not just as a witness or a hero, but as a child whose innocence was being threatened by a cynical, cruel world. Clara approached him, holding a cup of tea. She doesn't understand the full scope of it, Clara said, her voice soft. She just knows she saw something wrong and that you're the good guy in the story. Arthur looked at Clara, at the quiet strength in her face. She's braver than I'll ever be. She trusts you, Clara said. She believes you're going to fix things. Those words hit him with the force of a punch. A child's trust was now his greatest responsibility. He could not fail. Not for his company, not for his money, but for her. It was then that a new strategy began to form in his mind. If the system was corrupt, he couldn't fight within it. He would have to create his own courtroom, the court of public opinion. But how? The media was against him. Anything he said would be twisted and used as proof of his instability. He needed something undeniable. Something that would bypass the gatekeepers of information and speak directly to the people. His gaze fell on the security camera Jonas had installed on a tree. A daring, dangerous, and perhaps suicidal idea began to take shape. An idea that would put Lydia center stage, but might be the only way to blow the entire scheme wide open. He turned to Jonas. I want you to set up a live stream. From here, no filters, no editing. And I want you to send the link to every journalist, blogger, and digital influencer in the country 30 seconds before we go live. Jonas stared at him, shocked. Sir, that's incredibly risky. They can trace us. And putting the girl in front of a camera, it's our only shot, Arthur interrupted. They control the rules of the game. So, we're going to flip the board. He knew the criminal network would do anything to stop him. They would try to silence him and Lydia forever. The final showdown wouldn't be in a courtroom, but here, in this isolated garden, and it was about to begin. The plan was audacious, bordering on insane. For the next 2 days, the quiet country house was transformed into a tense command center. Jonas and his team, using encryption and signal routing technology, prepared the infrastructure for the live stream, creating a digital maze to make tracing it nearly impossible, at least for a limited time. Arthur, meanwhile, prepared for the most important role of his life. He would not be the arrogant billionaire or the helpless victim. He would be the narrator of a story, the voice that would give context to a little girl's courage. The hardest part was talking to Clara and Lydia. He sat with them in the garden, the afternoon sun turning the grass to gold. Lydia, he began, his voice gentle. Do you remember what you saw that day? And the other? The days about the bad men? Lydia nodded, her large, serious eyes fixed on him. I remember everything. I need you to tell that story to a lot of people, Arthur continued, so that everyone knows the truth and they can't hurt anyone anymore. But it will be on a camera and many people will be watching. Do you think you can do that? Clara held her daughter's hand, her face tense with worry. But Lydia looked at Arthur with unshakable trust. I'm not scared, she said with a simplicity that disarmed everyone. You'll be with me. On the night of the broadcast, the tension was palpable. Arthur's guardianship hearing was scheduled for the next morning. It was now or never. Arthur sat in an armchair with Lydia beside him on a small stool, holding one of her drawings. Clara stood just off camera, her gaze fixed on her daughter. Jonas's countdown sounded in his ear through an earpiece. 5, 4, 3. The red light on the camera blinked on. They were live. Arthur looked directly into the lens. My name is Arthur Sterling. For the past several days, you have read many things about me, that I am unstable, paranoid, insane. Tonight, you are going to hear the truth, but not from me. You are going to hear it from a 7-year-old hero who society deems invisible, but whose eyes saw what no one else did. He then turned to Lydia. With surprising calm, guided by Arthur's gentle questions, Lydia began to tell her story. She didn't speak like a coached witness. She spoke like a child, describing the events with a clarity and innocence that were impossible to manufacture. She held her drawings up to the camera, explaining each one. The drawing of the man being pushed, the drawing of Walter with the flash drive, the drawing of the cleaning lady with the cell phone, the drawing of the foreign man yelling about break, failure. It was an irrefutable testimony coming from the purest source. As the broadcast continued, the digital world exploded. Journalists, initially skeptical, were mesmerized. Social media was on fire. The hashtag #DanceJustIBelieveLydia began to trend worldwide, but they knew the enemy was watching too, and they would react. Jonas's voice cut in through his earpiece. Sir, they're trying to trace us. They're using brute force. We have maybe 10 more minutes, and we have movement. 3 unmarked cars approaching fast on the access road. The confrontation was coming. Arthur remained calm. Lydia, sweetie, you have one more thing to tell, don't you? About what you heard the foreign man say about my father's company. Father's company? Lydia nodded, and with stunning clarity, she repeated the phrase she had overheard, the phrase that outlined the final plan for the pharmaceutical acquisition. It was the final nail in the conspiracy's coffin. Jonas, prep for evac, now, Arthur said into his mic before turning back to the camera. The truth has been told. Now, it's up to you to decide who to believe. He ended the broadcast. The chaos began. Jonas and his men scrambled to get Clara and Lydia to an armored vehicle hidden out back. Arthur grabbed the metal box with the documents from the warehouse. The sound of tires screeching on gravel echoed from outside. They were professionals. Instead of a frontal assault, they had blocked the only exit, and to everyone's horror, a small drone rose above the house, hovering like a deadly insect. Attached to it was not a weapon, but a canister with a spray nozzle. Gas! Jonas yelled. They're going to incapacitate us and fake an accident. Gas leak, a fire, everyone dead. They were trapped. Escape was impossible. The house would become their tomb. Arthur looked at Lydia, who was clinging to her mother's leg, her face pale with fear. He had failed. He had brought them here only to be eliminated together. It was then that Lydia, amidst the panic, pointed at the living room floor. The cellar, she whispered. The little door in the closet, like at Grandma's house. Clara and Arthur exchanged a look. They knew of no cellar. But Lydia, in her childish exploration of the house, had found a forgotten trap door under a rug inside a broom closet. It was an old, damp, dark wine cellar. Jonas and his men broke open the trapdoor. It was their only chance. They scrambled down into the musty darkness, pulling the hatch closed above them just seconds before they heard the sound of a window shattering and the hiss of gas filling the room. Down below, in the dark, the whirring of the drone hovering. Above them was the only thing they could hear. They were alive but trapped. Time was running out, and outside, the criminals, believing their targets were unconscious, prepared to deliver the final blow and erase all the evidence. The darkness of the cellar was absolute, thick with the smell of damp earth and forgotten wine. The only sound, besides their ragged breathing, was the sinister hum of the drone hovering over the house, a technological vulture waiting for its prey. Above them, heavy footsteps echoed on the wooden floorboards. They were inside. Lydia trembled in Clara's arms, not from the cold, but from the fear that had finally caught up to her. Arthur felt a surge of protective fury. They were not going to end here. "Jonas, status?" he whispered. "We're boxed in, sir. They're upstairs, probably waiting for the gas to take full effect before they start the fire. The cellar has a small ventilation window near the ceiling, but it's barred and too small for us to fit through," Jonas replied, his voice a controlled murmur. The hope the cellar's discovery had given them was fading fast. It was merely a postponement of the inevitable. Arthur ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing for a way out, a flaw in the enemy's plan. The broadcast. They had exposed the truth, but it had only accelerated the elimination attempt. He looked at the metal box he was holding, the physical proof that corroborated Lydia's story. What good was it if it was about to turn to ash along with them? It was Lydia who broke the silence. "The phone," she whispered, pointing to Arthur's pocket. "The nice lady's phone. Iris, the burner phone." Arthur pulled it out. There was a single bar of signal, faint and intermittent. A voice call was impossible, but maybe a text message. One last, desperate message. To whom? The police were compromised. His lawyers were helpless. Then he remembered a name. An investigative journalist from a small independent blog, known for his tenacity and his disdain for large media conglomerates. Arthur had contacted him once, years ago, to leak information about a competitor. The man was a lone wolf, but he was honest. With trembling fingers, Arthur typed a message. Broadcast was real, trapped, isolated country house. They're going to burn us, trace the live stream's origin, help. He attached a single photo, the document proving Richard's connection to the foreign conglomerate. He hit send. The message just sat there on the screen, the sending icon spinning. The signal was too weak. It wasn't going through. Above, they heard the sound of liquid being sloshed around. Gasoline! The smell began to seep through the cracks in the floorboards. Their time was up. Arthur closed his eyes, pulling Clara and Lydia close. He had failed. It was then that Jonas, who was near the small ventilation window, said, "Sir, the drone. It's lowered. It's hovering right in front of the grate." The humming was louder now, almost deafening. Why would they do that? Was it a final act of psychological torture? Arthur moved to the window. Through the bars, he could see the night, the trees and the flying machine with its blinking red light. And then he saw something else. The drone wasn't a military model. It was a modified commercial drone, the kind that used a local Wi-Fi network to communicate with its operator. Arthur's heart leaped. "Jonas, your laptop. Do you have any network hacking software on it?" Jonas stared at him, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I have some basic tools. It might work." It was a 1 in a million shot. As Jonas opened his laptop, its battery dangerously low, the smell of gasoline intensified. They could hear the men outside, their muffled voices as they prepared to light the fire. The sending icon on Arthur's phone was still spinning. Failure. Jonas typed furiously. The air in the cellar was growing thin. I'm in. I'm on the drones. Network! It's a weak, unencrypted connection. Amateurs! He exclaimed in a triumphant whisper. What do I do? Arthur's mind worked feverishly. The drone has a camera. Feed me its point of view. And where's the operator? About 100 yards out near the road. I can see his silhouette on thermal imaging, Jonas said. And he's streaming the footage to someone. I can see the destination. IP address, it's a server in the Cayman Islands. Richard was watching the live elimination of his witnesses. A cold smile formed on Arthur's face. Perfect. Jonas, grab the drone's camera feed, the image of the operator, and the destination IP. Send it all to my phone. In seconds, Arthur's phone buzzed as it received a file. He attached it to his desperate text message, and then he had a final idea. Jonas, the drone has a return to home command, doesn't it? Yes, sir. Activate it. Now. Outside, the drone operator, a nameless goon, watched in horror as his machine stopped responding to his commands, turned and flew at high speed directly toward him. He dropped the controls and ran, but it was too late. The drone, still with some gas in its sprayer, clipped a tree near him, sending out a shower of sparks, and the gasoline the other goons had poured around the house, along with a spare can, left near the road, had created a volatile trail. The spark was enough. A small flame erupted and raced along the gasoline trail like a fuse, heading straight for the house. But at that same moment, in the cellar, Arthur's phone pinged. The message, boosted by the brief moment the drone got closer to the house before returning, had finally found enough signal. Sent. The fiery explosion that engulfed the house was not what the criminals had planned. Instead of a controlled burn, the extra gas can caused a flashover that caught everyone by surprise, creating an inferno of flame and smoke. And in the distance, the sound of sirens began to pierce the night. The journalist, receiving the message and the video proof, hadn't called the corrupt local police. He had called the fire department and every competing news desk in the city. The game had been spectacularly flipped. The roar of the fire above was a ravenous monster, devouring the house that had briefly been a sanctuary. The heat seeped through the floorboards, and smoke began to leak into the cellar, making the air increasingly unbreathable. The sirens, once a distant sound of hope, were now a race against time. Jonas used the butt of his gun to smash at the grate on the ventilation window, but the old metal, though rusted, held firm. Every second felt like an eternity. Arthur held Lydia, who was coughing into his shoulder, her small face smudged with soot. He looked at Clara, whose expression of terror mirrored his own. To have survived the assassins only to perish in the fire would be the cruelest irony. That's when they...
Hey, Neil, I don't know if Wheels is still here. Everybody left. Well, it looked like everybody left. I don't know. It might just be me and you. But that's okay, because there's only 6 minutes of this story left. No, 10 minutes of this story left. And then I don't know what we're doing.
They heard a sound other than the crackling flames, a sound of tearing metal. One of Jonas's men, a quiet giant, had managed with sheer brute force to wrench the grate from the wall. A gust of fresh, albeit smoky air flooded the cellar. It was a small opening, but it was a way out. One by one, they squeezed through the window, tumbling onto the dirt outside, just feet from the flames licking the night sky. The scene that greeted them was surreal. Fire trucks and federal police cruisers, not the corrupt local force, were surrounding the property. The journalist, a wiry, agitated-looking man, was there, shouting into his phone, coordinating a media firestorm. Richard's goons, caught off guard by the arrival of the authorities and the out-of-control blaze, were quickly subdued and arrested. Arthur and Lydia's live stream, followed by the text with its irrefutable proof and the drone footage, had created an avalanche that not even the conglomerate's money could stop. Public opinion had exploded. The story was no longer about a billionaire's sanity. It was about an international conspiracy and a little girl's courage. Arthur's guardianship hearing, scheduled for that morning, was cancelled. In its place, arrest warrants were issued for Richard Price, for Walter, the head of IT, for the substitute cleaner, for the executives of the foreign conglomerate. The spider's web, exposed to the light, began to disintegrate. In the weeks that followed, Arthur's world shifted from,
Hey, Neil, is it you that commented on my video earlier? Neil something 1974, something like that. Was that you?
a battlefield to a boardroom. With the evidence he and Lydia had provided, the recovery of his company was swift and brutal. The board members who had wavered now scrambled to pledge their loyalty. The frozen assets of Richard and the conglomerate were used to repair the financial damage. Sterling Corp, wounded but not defeated, began to rise again. But for Arthur, the business victory felt hollow. The real work was happening far from the skyscrapers. He used his resources to ensure Clara and Lydia had everything they needed. He bought them a comfortable house in a quiet neighborhood with a large backyard. He hired the best tutors for Lydia, who proved to be a brilliant student. Her curiosity and intelligence finally nurtured in a safe environment. He spent his afternoons with them, not as a distant benefactor, but as part of the family. He taught Lydia how to play chess, a game he once saw as a metaphor for corporate warfare, but now saw as an exercise in logic and creativity. He read stories to her before bed. He had quiet conversations with Clara on the porch, learning about her life, her dreams, her resilience. In return, they healed him. Lydia's laughter was the antidote to his paranoia. Clara's quiet dignity untied the knots of his suspicion. He realized that his entire life he had built walls to protect himself.
This is pretty much over anyway. He's gonna say nothing but good stuff from here on out. Tuesday, I'm getting the rest of my mouth surgery done, so all my teeth will be gone. I don't know if I'll be back soon, right? I want to be live streaming again by the 20th. Even without teeth, I really want to get back to the Bible. Like, I miss this book. I've been doing it for 6 years. I feel kind of idiotic without it, because it's been my thing. So I want to get back to it as soon as I can. But Tuesday, I'm getting my mouth surgery. All my teeth will be gone. But it's the last surgery. Thank God, it's the last one. So, like on the 20th, I'm starting back on the Bible. Hopefully, if all goes right. It'll be the 20th, but I won't have any teeth. Will you be there? Or on the 21st in the morning? But I would really love you to be there. All right. Do we want to finish the last 6 minutes of all this great stuff that's happening to these people?
But those walls had also imprisoned him in loneliness. Clara and Lydia, with their simple presence, demolished those walls brick by brick. One day, as Lydia showed him a new drawing, this time a portrait of the three of them smiling under a bright sun, Arthur made a decision. It was not a business decision based on logic and profit. It was a decision from the heart. He went to his lawyers and started a process. Not a lawsuit to recover more money or punish more enemies, but an adoption. He wanted Lydia to be his daughter, legally and officially. He wanted Clara to be his partner, his family. When he asked them on a rainy afternoon, not at the top of a skyscraper, but in the cozy kitchen of their new home, there was no hesitation. The tears in Clara's eyes were not from fear, but from joy. And Lydia's hug was the signature on the most important contract of his life. Justice ran its course. Richard was eventually tracked to a country with no extradition treaty, but he lived the rest of his life as a fugitive, always looking.
Hey, drunken wizard. Welcome. Man, how are you? That's the part of the talking. That's the part that I'm worried about. But I'm telling you that, like, doing streams, I don't know what to do. Like, if I'm not reading the Bible on a video or a live stream, I don't know what to do. That's why we're watching these stories, because this is what I do in the daytime, because I'm not allowed to watch the news. I'm not allowed to follow politics. So I watch these inspiring life stories. So this is what I'm doing. And I don't know anything else to do. I need to get back to the Bible. I love you guys too. I miss you guys. Like, you never come to my live streams anymore. But really, I want, because I think I have a new character idea and everything. Because, I don't know what's happening. Wait a minute. Show comments on stage. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, no, I don't want to buy that. What? No, what's happening? I don't know. My round. Yay! Just make sure you stop by me and give me a like on your way around this insane asylum we call YouTube. Actually, if there's ever an insane asylum, it probably is YouTube. Because everybody on YouTube has multiple personalities. We have a character and ourselves. Well, it should be real, Neil. I hope it's real, Neil. Real Neil, press like. Fake Neil, press like. Give me 2 likes. Oh, can we talk about this Charlie Kirk thing real quick? I don't want to talk about it, but it has highly affected my mother, and it's kind of affecting my father. This whole Charlie Kirk, like, the Charlie Kirk assassination fucked with my parents more than the attempted assassination on Trump. Like, my parents are highly affected for no reason. They don't even know that guy. But it's something to do with his age, because he's the same age as my brothers. All my brothers are in their early 30s. So it's affecting them because of that, I think, because of his age. It affects them a lot. Yeah, I'm not Charlie Kirk's age. I'm almost 40. Well, in November I will be 40. So, and you know what? Come to think about it, I think my parents are more torn up over Charlie Kirk's assassination than my injuries. And I almost died. But I think like not laughing at it. Yes, I am. But I'm not laughing at Charlie Kirk. I'm laughing. Well, actually, I'm only laughing at my parents because really I don't know why. I'm probably more laughing at myself because my parents weren't as torn up about me as they are about Charlie Kirk. That's what it is. I would think that might be a slight on me. Hey, hey, that pair, this word, this word right here. I think this is the name of one of my psych pills I take. Yeah, is that a psych pill? Because I'm pretty sure that's one of my psych pills or one of my seizure pills. What's it called? Lamotrigine. Benzotropine. Is that what you wrote? Is that the word? Something. And I take another one too, but I don't have it. Wait, procedure. I have my Tuesday, my last surgery. Oh, okay. Well, just know that sounds like a psych pill. Yeah, well, don't worry because I'll never remember that. But that really does sound like a medicine. That's somebody's medicine. Somebody looked at their pill bottle and was like, you know what? No one can say this. This will be the safe word. Man. So, what are you guys doing now that it's almost bedtime? I get all my teeth taken out, I get my mouth fixed, and I stopped streaming for like 3 days. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to not stream for 3 days. I'm a Neil too. Does that mean you're partially drunk or way too sober? It's a Friday, no bedtime. Okay, well then do you want to watch another story? Because there's another good story. I watched it earlier and it made me feel so happy. Dun, dun, dun. This one. Yeah.
Meals, and most important,
Shut up. Well, I'm glad that you guys love me with or without teeth because I've never been without teeth before. So it's gonna be a good time. We're all gonna learn something about
A
myself.
poor homeless girl was scavenging through alleys for food.
So there's no bedtime. Do you want to watch this other story? And I won't cut through this one so much because I already watched it. I know what happened. But the one that we watched first, the one a second ago, I couldn't get through it because I couldn't stop yelling at the TV. So I'm glad you guys got through it with me. Okay. So I'm pressing play. We're going to watch this one. And then after this one, I do have to go to bed.
When she heard desperate screams, she peeked around the corner and froze. The son of a millionaire was being dragged by two men into a black van. With survival instincts kicking in, she snatched a wooden stick from the trash and followed the kidnappers down the dark alley.
Can I ask a question? Can you eat potato chips? Like with your fake teeth, can you eat potato chips? Because I tried to eat a potato chip. I only have a few because they've been taking my teeth out a little bit at a time. So I've been trying to eat potato chips with a few good teeth. And I'm telling you, it's the hardest thing. It's the hardest fucking thing to do. So can you eat potato chips? I bet you can eat potato chips. That's a stupid question. But I miss potato chips.
Shouted with all her strength, "Let him go now!" The men turned, cold eyes locked on her like predators. Just as she realized she had made the biggest mistake of her life, something happened that left everyone in shock. The afternoon sun poured liquid gold over the glass skyscrapers that pierced the blue sky, turning the city into a glistening jewel. For little Leah, just 7 years old, the city was a two-faced monster, one that displayed shop windows full of colorful sweets and clothes that looked fit for a princess, and another, the one she knew, made of cold shadows, hard pavement, and the constant echo of hunger in her stomach. Her bare feet, calloused and dirty, barely felt the heat radiating from the concrete as she moved with the stealth of a stray kitten, her large, watchful eyes scanning every corner for an opportunity. Leah couldn't remember a time when she wasn't alone. Her memory was a blur of hands that had let go and faces that had turned away, leaving behind only an emptiness she filled with a fierce determination to simply exist. Her home was whatever shelter the night offered, and her family, the fleeting warmth of a sunbeam on a cold day. That day, the aroma of fresh bread wafting from an artisan bakery was torturing her. She stopped for a moment, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, imagining the soft, warm taste melting in her mouth. A sigh escaped her thin lips. Imagination was a feast that couldn't fill her belly. When she opened her eyes again,
I can imagine like fruit likes or snacks like Swedish fish and like those chewy things. I can imagine those not those not being very good to eat. I'm just hoping that I'll still be able to eat the gummies, the Jolly Rancher gummies, because those are fucking amazing.
her trained gaze swept the street. Well-dressed people hurried past, lost in their own worlds. Their cell phones glued to their ears, their worries as distant from hers as the clouds in the sky. It was then that a sound cut through the urban symphony, a sharp, desperate sound that made every hair on her arms stand on end. It was a child's scream, Not a scream of tantrum or play, but a scream of pure terror. Leah's intuition, her faithful survival companion, guided her instantly. The sound was coming from a narrow alley, a dark slice between two towering buildings. Without a second of hesitation, she ran in that direction, her small heart hammering against her ribs. The scene she found paralyzed her for a millisecond.
Man, hey, you said gummies? No. Look, I will figure out a way to eat those Jolly Rancher gummies. They're not even the weed kind, they're just regular gummies. I'll find a way. I'll find a way, man. Damn, I'll find a way.
A blonde boy, a little younger than her, dressed in a pristine white polo shirt and shoes that shone even in the gloom, was being dragged by two tall men toward a dark van parked at the end of the alley. The boy struggled, his little legs kicking the air, his face red and wet with tears.
That's
"Help,
linked to the
Daddy!"
story.
he cried, his voice choked with sobs. A fire she didn't know she possessed ignited inside Leah. That boy was like a helpless sparrow in the talons of two hawks. The whole world might have looked the other way, but she couldn't. In a corner of the alley,
Thanks.
she saw
I
a
need
piece of
all
a
the
broken
luck.
wooden crate with a bent nail sticking out of the end. It was a piece of trash to anyone else,
Let's
but
see.
for her, in that moment, it was a weapon. She gripped it with both hands, the rough wood scratching her palms. She filled her small lungs with all the air she could and ran toward the men, raising the piece of wood like a sword. "Leave him alone!" she yelled with a force that surprised even herself. Her voice echoed off the brick walls, amplified by rage and a sense of justice. The sudden noise made the men turn, startled. Her shout, along with the boys, finally pierced the street's bubble of indifference. Hurried footsteps began to approach, curious voices asking what was happening. The men glanced at each other, panic stamped on their faces. They let the boy go and scrambled into the van, which took off with a squeal of tires, disappearing onto the busy street. In seconds, a small crowd had formed. Someone recognized the little boy. "It's Mr. Sterling's son," a woman exclaimed. The boy, still trembling, ran into the arms of a security guard who appeared. In the confusion, Leah retreated into the shadows, her heart still racing. She had done the right thing. But as she watched the boy being comforted, her sharp eyes caught a movement across the street. Hidden behind a luxury car, a woman was watching the scene. It was the boy's nanny. Leah recognized her at a glance, but there was no relief or panic on her face. There was only a calculated coldness, a frightening stillness that didn't match the chaos of the moment. Her eyes met Leah's for a fraction of a second, and a shiver ran down the girl's spine. The woman didn't look worried. She looked disappointed. The siren of a police cruiser grew closer, and the buzz of the crowd intensified, turning the alley into
Hold on. And yeah, and I lost the first set, because babies are sharks for the first, little while. And then they get their full set of teeth, and mine were damaged, and then I damaged them more. So being without teeth kind of makes me look like I'm a lazy piece of shit, which, I am a lazy piece of shit. But I don't want to be all that out in the open about it,
a stage, but the star of the show was no longer.
Oh my God. See, I was wondering how they even did, because I heard George Washington had wood dentures. And I don't know how I don't even know how you get wood dentures. Do they just hammer them into your gums? I don't know. But wouldn't that be cool if I could get gold dentures? Man, I would have gold teeth if I could get them.
Leah. As soon as the danger had passed, she became invisible again, a shadow melting into other shadows. The relief she felt at seeing the boy safe was quickly swallowed by the old feeling of not belonging anywhere. She backed away, one step at a time, until the cold wall of a building touched her back. From there, she watched the scene unfold as if it were a movie. The woman she'd seen hiding, the nanny, suddenly rushed to the center of the commotion, her face contorted into a convincing mask of panic. "Leo! Oh my God, Leo!" she cried, her voice thick with fake tears. She knelt and hugged the boy, who flinched in her arms. I just turned away for a second. Just 1 second to get a tissue from my bag, and they appeared out of nowhere. It all happened so fast. Her words were a torrent of excuses and distress, and the crowd seemed to sympathize with her, offering words of comfort. But Leah saw the truth. She saw the lie in the woman's eyes, the same coldness she had seen seconds before, now hidden under a layer of hysteria. Her stomach churned. A gleaming black sedan screeched to a halt, and a tall man in a perfectly tailored grey suit leaped out before the driver could even open the door. It was Mr. Sterling,
Man,
the boy.
you guys, you guys are going to make me get like the most fancy dentures I could get.
Boy's father. His face.
Actually, that's not true at all. I'm getting Social Security dentures, whatever kind Social Security pays for. They're going to be, oh God. Oh, I don't want to look like Rudy Giuliani. As much as I love that guy, I think he has dentures and they're just out there, you know. Or like Joe Biden with his fake ass big white dentures. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Usually calm and imposing in newspaper photos, was pale and tense. He pushed through the crowd, which parted for him like the sea, and wrapped his son in a desperate hug, lifting him off the ground. My son, are you okay?" he murmured, his voice hoarse with emotion, kissing the top of the boy's blonde head. For a moment, the powerful businessman was just a terrified father. Leo, finally feeling safe, clung to his father's neck and began to cry for real, a cry of relief and exhaustion. Through his sobs, he tried to speak. "The girl, Daddy, a girl." But his voice was a whisper lost in the noise. Mr. Sterling, focused on calming his son, didn't understand his words. Leah felt it was time to go. The police were asking questions, and she knew people like her weren't welcome in situations like this. She turned and slipped away, disappearing into the city's labyrinthine streets, taking with her the disturbing...
No. Look, DNA, could you imagine? I mean, I do smoke cigarettes and I do drink coffee, so I know they have to be off-white a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I smoke cigarettes and drink coffee. There's no way I'm gonna have big ass, bright ass white teeth. No, I'm not that. I'm not that deluded in my mind that I think if I have super white teeth, you know, no one's gonna think that I drink coffee and smoke cigarettes. That would just look fake. You know, if I had these big, bright ass white teeth, but I sat around and smoked weed and cigarettes and drank coffee all day, would you guys believe that? No. So I'm not gonna do that. They'll have to be off white, sort of, you know, shaded. But I don't think they're gonna be American Spirit yellow. Oh, that's such an ugly yellow too. You are worrying too much. Yes, I probably am. Yeah, I probably am. But yeah, pray for me. Oh God. I mean, I'll be okay because obviously I can't live without you guys. So you know I'm gonna be on here. Talk about my teeth. Talk about you being on my lawn. That's the first thing I'm gonna say. As soon as I am able to talk, after all the shit, like 3 or 4 days or something. First thing I'm gonna do is bring my kid and get off my lawn. That's gonna be the first thing I say. Get the fuck off my lawn. That's gonna be the first thing I say.
Image of the nanny's gaze. That night, in her makeshift shelter behind a restaurant, she couldn't sleep. The warmth of the bread donated by the cook didn't warm the chill she felt inside. That boy, Leo, with his scared blue eyes, had awakened a protective instinct in her she didn't know she had. And the nanny, why would she lie? Why would she watch from afar as the child she was supposed to protect was in danger? Meanwhile, in the vast, silent Sterling mansion, Leo sat on his bed, surrounded by more toys than a child could ever want. But he didn't touch any of them. He refused dinner, a plate of his favorite food. His father, Richard Sterling, sat beside him, exhaustion marking his face. "You're safe now, champ. No one's going to hurt you," he said softly. Leo shook his head, his large, serious eyes fixed on his father. "You didn't save me, Daddy. It was a girl." Richard frowned. "The security guard got there quickly, son. And the police." "No," Leo insisted, his voice gaining strength. "There was a girl. She was little like me, but she was so brave. She yelled at the bad men. She had a piece of wood." Richard sighed, running a hand through his hair. He thought it was the imagination of a traumatized child, a way of coping with the fear. "All right, son, get some rest now." But Leo didn't move. He looked at his father with a determination that mirrored Leo's. The nanny.
No, I no, no. As soon as I can, as soon as I can put my teeth in my mouth, they're gonna stay there, and I'm never taking them out. I look. I it's all vanity from this point on. I don't want to be seen without teeth. I don't want somebody to see me without teeth in my face because a lot of the women in my family, they wear dentures, because mouth hygiene is not a thing that gypsies think about anyway. Well, at least not us redneck gypsies anyway. It's not something we ever think about. Other things are more important. But they go without their teeth and they can eat food without their teeth and they can talk without their teeth. And it just bothers me. And it's always bothered me. And now that I have to get fake teeth, I do not ever want to be happy without my teeth in. I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it. And my grandma right now, she's on her deathbed. She's another one of those. No, she's another one of me that didn't want to be without her teeth. And now she's 86 years old and, walking closer to the line of death than I would like. But they don't put her teeth in. They just let that little old lady sit there without her teeth in. And my grandma would never have been out in public without her teeth in. And that bothers me. And I told my kids, like, don't ever send me out of the house without my teeth in when I'm 85. I will haunt you. I won't give up. Okay. Okay. See, I think I'll be good. Just please don't make fun of me. Like, no, I deserve all the making fun of because at the end of the day, other than like the injury shit, a lot of the things wrong with my mouth are my own fault.
He wasn't there. She was gone. The girl helped me. We have to find her, Daddy. We have to thank her. You have to find her. The next morning dawned under a tense silence in the Sterling mansion. Richard had barely slept, the image of his son's terrified face replaying in his mind. He tried to focus on the financial reports spread across his
Yay!
solid mahogany desk, but the numbers danced meaninglessly before his eyes. Leo's insistence on a brave girl seemed like a childish
Oh, yeah.
fairy tale,
Look,
a
let's see what
fantasy
happens
created
with
to make
that
sense of
girl.
a traumatic event. Kids did that, he thought. They created imaginary heroes to fight real fears. Yet, the conviction in his son's voice disturbed him. It was a note of truth in the midst of chaos. When Leo walked into the office, already dressed for school but with his arms crossed and a stubborn expression, Richard knew he could no longer ignore the issue. Dad, I'm not going to school, and I'm not eating. Not until we find the girl. His voice was quiet, but firm. Richard sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He looked at his son, seeing not a tantrum, but a deep, unshakable conviction. The boy was asking for help in the only way he knew how. Defeated, Richard picked up the phone. Marcus, he said to his head of security, I want you to find a girl, 7 years old, dark hair, barefoot. She was in the alley yesterday.
I'll
Check
be
every
right back.
security camera in the area. I want her found. Now, for Leah, the morning was a repeat of the usual routine. The sun began to warm the sidewalks, and she searched for a trash can that might offer breakfast. Her thoughts, however, weren't on hunger, but on the blue-eyed boy. She wondered if he was okay, if he was safe in his giant house. The worry was a new and strange feeling, a small warmth in her chest that made her feel less alone. It was then that a man in a suit approached her. Leah flinched instinctively, ready to run. People like him usually shooed her away, but the man knelt to get on her eye level. Are you the girl who was in the alley yesterday? He asked in a surprisingly gentle voice. Leah just nodded, her heart pounding. Mr. Sterling would like to speak with you. He wants to thank you. Fear gave way to confusion. Thank her. Minutes later, she was sitting on the soft leather seat of a car that smelled new, watching the city pass by through tinted windows. The car drove through imposing iron gates and stopped in front of a house that looked more like a palace. Leah entered the mansion with hesitant feet. The marble floor was so polished it reflected her dirty face like a still pool of water. The air was cool and scented with flowers she had never seen before. Everything was vast, silent, and clean. She felt like a smudge of soot on a pristine painting. Richard Sterling was waiting for her in a large room with floor-to-ceiling windows. He was even taller and more intimidating up close. He offered her a glass of juice and a plate of cookies, which she accepted with trembling hands. My son told me you helped him, Richard began, his voice formal. I'm very grateful. I want to give you a reward. He gestured to a thick envelope on the table, but Leah barely glanced at the money. Just then, Leo ran into the room, his face lighting up when he saw her. You came. I knew my dad would find you. He ran to her and, without hesitation, hugged her. The spontaneous gesture broke the ice in Leah's heart. She mattered to someone. Richard watched the scene, a lump forming in his throat. So, he said, clearing his throat to hide his emotion, tell me exactly what you saw. Leah looked at the man's serious face and gathered all her courage. The nanny, she said, her voice little more than a whisper. She was there the whole time, hiding. She wasn't scared. She was angry. Angry.
I'm smoking some weed because this story is bonkers. But just wait. Just wait. This little girl, I watched this story earlier. This little girl that they're talking about, she's She's good. She's good. She's good. I'm hold on. I'm smoking something called Mango Tango.
That the men couldn't take
And I had Durban poison a couple weeks ago.
Leo. Richard Sterling stood motionless, his face turning into a mask of disbelief and annoyance. The accusation hung in the silent air of the room, a dangerous spark
Oh,
thrown by
it's a strain from Africa. Then maybe I smoked. It was called Durban poison, but it was from Michigan.
a street kid against one of his most trusted employees. The silence that followed Leah's words was heavy and dense. Richard Sterling stared at her, his grey eyes scrutinizing her as if he could read her. The spark, the emotion, angry that the men couldn't take Leo. Scared, gathered on me to suspend you. He ran to her and, without hesitation, hugged her. The spontaneous gesture broke the ice in Leah's heart. She mattered to someone. Richard watched the scene, a lump forming in his throat. So, he said, clearing his throat to hide his emotion, tell me exactly what you saw. Leah looked at the man's serious face and gathered all her courage. The nanny, she said, her voice little more than a whisper. She was there the whole time, hiding. She wasn't scared, she was angry. Angry that the men couldn't take Leo. Richard Sterling stood motionless, his face turning into a mask of disbelief and annoyance.
Here we go.
The accusation hung in the silent air of the room, a dangerous spark thrown by a street kid against one of his most trusted employees. The silence that followed Leah's words was heavy and dense. Richard Sterling stared at her, his grey eyes scrutinizing her as if he could read her thoughts.
Oh,
Skepticism and
I
irritation
thought he
vied
believed
for
her.
space on his face. The
Wait a
idea
minute.
was absurd, accusing Clara, the nanny who had passed a rigorous background check, of something so monstrous. It sounded like the delusion of a child whose imagination had been overstimulated by trauma. That's a very serious accusation, young lady, he said, his tone as cold as the marble beneath Leah's feet. Clara has been with us for 2 months. She has impeccable references. Why would she do something like that? Leah felt a chill.
I don't know if it's from Ted Nugent, but yeah, it's called Mango Tango. 28 grams. I got an ounce of Mango Tango.
The powerful man before her didn't believe her. She shrank back, the brief feeling of importance
Ted
dissolving like
Nugent does smoke weed, so maybe it's a Ted Nugent brand.
smoke. She was just a girl from the streets, after all. Who would believe her? But then she looked at Leo, who was holding her hand tightly, his blue eyes full of trust. That gave her strength. I saw it, she insisted, her voice gaining firmness. Her eyes, they were cold. She didn't scream for help when the men showed up. She just watched. Richard wanted to dismiss the story, send her away with the envelope of money and forget the whole thing. But there was something in the intensity of the girl's gaze, a raw sincerity that stopped him. And there was Leo, nodding vigorously at her every word. He looked from Leah's dirty, determined face to his son's pale, serious one. A seed of doubt, small but persistent, began to sprout in his mind. He had spent his life trusting facts, numbers, and contracts. Intuition was a luxury he rarely afforded himself. But for the first time in a long while, he decided to listen to that nagging voice in his head. I'll look into it, he said, more to himself than to the children. Discreetly. He promised nothing, offered no hope, but for Leah, it was enough. In the days that followed, a strange routine was established. At Leo's insistent request, as he refused to be separated from his new friend, Leah began spending her days at the mansion. She wasn't a guest, nor an employee. She was a silent presence,
There we
an
go.
observer. The household staff treated her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. To them, she was an enigma, little Leo's pet project. Leah spent her days playing with Leo in the vast, manicured gardens, but her eyes were always alert. She watched everyone and everything, absorbing the dynamics of this house that was a world unto itself. She saw how the staff interacted, the unspoken words, the exchanged glances. Her intuition, honed by years of survival on the streets, was on high alert. While Richard, in his office, made discreet calls, double-checking Clara's references more carefully, Leah conducted her own investigation. She noticed things no one else would. She noticed that the gardener, a quiet man named Jonas, always seemed to know where Leo would be playing, even when plans changed at the last minute. She noticed him exchange quick, almost imperceptible glances with Clara when he thought no one was looking. One afternoon, while playing hide-and-seek with Leo near the greenhouse, Leah hid behind some bushes. From her hiding spot, she heard Clara's voice. "Are you sure he doesn't suspect anything?" she said, her voice low and tense, coming from inside the greenhouse. A man's voice, which Leah recognized as Jonas the gardener's, replied, "He's too busy worrying about the kid. He can't see what's right under his nose." Leah held her breath, her heart pounding. They weren't in this alone. The scheme was bigger than she had imagined. She backed away slowly, as carefully as possible, so as not to make a sound. She had to tell Richard, but how? How could a girl who couldn't even read or write convince such a powerful man that a conspiracy was brewing inside his own home? She looked at the imposing walls of the mansion, which had once seemed a refuge, and suddenly they became a gilded cage, full of secrets and danger. The discovery in the greenhouse left Leah on edge. The mansion, with its silent corridors and vast rooms, suddenly felt claustrophobic, filled with whispers and secrets that only she could hear. She continued to play with Leo, laughing at his jokes and running across the lawns. But behind her smile, her mind was working non-stop. How could...
Do you think 6-year-old kids are this smart, though? Like, in my mind, a 6-year-old kid is not this smart. But I remember me, not at 6, but me as, like, a kid. I was kind of smart, but not really. I don't remember ever, like, planning, like, and staking things out and remembering exact details. Like, are kids this smart? Like, are 6-year-old kids this smart?
Could she prove what she'd heard? Her words alone were worthless. She needed something more, something Richard Sterling couldn't ignore. She began to watch Clara and Jonas with even sharper attention. She realized they never spoke openly, but communicated through subtle gestures. A nod of the head as they passed in the hallway, an object left in a specific spot in the garden as a signal. It was a secret language, and Leah was determined to decipher it. She noticed a pattern. Whenever Jonas trimmed the roses near the library, Clara would appear shortly after with a tea tray for Richard, lingering in the office longer than necessary. What was happening in there? Meanwhile, Richard's discreet investigation was yielding disturbing results. The agency that had provided Clara's references was, in fact, a shell company. The listed address was an abandoned building, and the phone numbers were all disconnected. The woman he trusted with his son's life was a complete fraud. The revelation hit him like a punch to the gut. He felt foolish, naive. How could he have been so blind? The accusation from the little street girl, which he had initially dismissed as fantasy, now echoed in his mind with terrifying weight. He looked out his office window and saw Leah and Leo building a pillow fort in the living room. The sound of his son's genuine laughter, something he hadn't heard in days, hit him hard. This girl, with nothing but the clothes on her back, was doing more for Leo than any expensive toy or therapy he could buy. And she had been right. He called her into his office. "Leah," he said, his tone serious and devoid of its earlier arrogance. "You were right about Clara's references. They're fake." Leah felt a wave of relief, but not triumph. There was no time for that. "It's not just her," she said quickly, seizing the opportunity. "The gardener, Jonas, he's with her. And there's someone else. A driver." Richard frowned. "The driver? What makes you think that?" "I saw them," Leah explained, describing an incident she had witnessed the night before. She had been in the kitchen getting a glass of water when she saw one of the household drivers, a new man named Ben, slip a small envelope to Jonas near the garage.
Yeah, not all Canadians are cool. Neil is a good guy.
They didn't say a word, but the exchange was quick and furtive, clearly something not meant to be seen. Richard listened.
Actually, I don't know anything about Canadians. The ones I've met are pretty mean, though. They can be pretty mean out there in Canada. And, like, they're pretty ruthless and brutal, from what I understand.
Intently, his jaw tight. He was living in a viper's nest. 3 of his employees, people who had unrestricted access to his home and his family, were conspiring against him. The anger gave way to an icy fear. The first plan had failed, but they wouldn't give up. They would try again, and he needed to know when and how. That night, while the mansion slept, Leah couldn't close her eyes. She was in a small guest room that Richard had insisted she occupy, but the soft bed felt strange and too big. She got up and went to the window, looking out at...
A minute. What'd you say? Oh, look.
the
Drunken
moonlit
Wizard.
gardens. The beauty of the place was a facade, hiding an invisible threat. She felt the weight of responsibility on her small shoulders. Leo's safety depended on her ability to see what others couldn't. It was then that she saw a faint light coming from the pool house. Curious, she slipped on the slippers they had given her and crept silently down the stairs, heading out into the garden. Hiding behind an angel statue, she saw Clara, speaking on the phone in a low, urgent voice. The wind carried fragments of her conversation. "The charity gala, the perfect opportunity with so many guests. No one will notice. This time, we can't fail." Leah's heart went cold. A second attempt. And it would be soon, during the grand annual party the Sterlings hosted for the city's high society. The danger hadn't passed. In fact, it was closer than ever. The revelation about the charity gala weighed on Leah like a stone. The grand...
Oh, shit. Here we go. What's going to happen? The next big event is coming. What's happened?
celebration, which had once been just a whispered rumor among the staff, now took on a sinister shape. It would be the perfect stage for disaster, a whirlwind of unfamiliar faces and loud music, where a child could disappear in the blink of an eye. She knew she had to tell Richard, but fear paralyzed her. The conspirators were getting bolder.
That flat earth thing. Look, that shit. Those motherfuckers are so dumb. It's like, if the earth was flat, that would mean everything would be shaped different. We'd all be short and fat instead of big and round, you know? Because if something's flat, then that means gravity is pressing down on it. That would put everything like the first Mario people, like the little short, fat, wide things. I think everybody would look like that if the world was flat. If the earth was flat, we'd all be two-dimensional, pretty much. Short and fat little things. Right? and the cars would look different, the trees would look different, everything would be short and wide. Not, I don't know how to explain it. Not like we are now, you know, we're tall and large, you know. We have room to grow because everything grows outward. Everything is a circle. It doesn't just, no, we grow, we come out of things. Like, we would all be shaped different. I don't know how to use the words. I don't know what the words are. But we would definitely be shaped different if the earth was flat. Anyone be able to go from one point where you are, right, and walk all over the earth and come back to that same spot. If the earth was flat, you would not be able to do that.
And she could feel their eyes on her, sharp and suspicious. Clara no longer left her alone with Leo for long, always finding an excuse to interrupt their games. Jonas, the gardener, would stop work.
I stopped. Listen, leave the psychos out of it. I stopped. The flat earth thing gets me.
And watch her from a distance whenever she walked by. They knew that she knew. The mansion, which for a brief period had felt...
Look, Neil, if you're one of those angry Canadians, that definitely makes you cool, because then that means you don't fit in with the stereotype.
like a sanctuary, had now turned into a silent battlefield, and she was a lone soldier in enemy territory. Lia's biggest obstacle, however, was not fear, but the mistrust she inspired. She was an outsider,
Yeah.
an anomaly in this world of luxury and privilege. The other staff members viewed her with resentment, whispering that she was taking advantage of their employer's kindness. To them, she was just a street kid, and her stories, however true, sounded like fabrications to gain attention and favors. Clara, sensing this hostility, began to use it to her advantage. She planted small seeds of doubt, making casual comments to other staff members. It's a shame what life on the streets does to a child, isn't it? They learn to lie to survive, she would say with a false tone of compassion. The tactic was subtle but effective. Slowly, the atmosphere around Leah began to sour. The breaking point came on a sunny afternoon, 3 days before the gala. Richard's wife, an elegant but distant woman who spent most of her time traveling, was home. She was getting ready in her walk-in closet, a room the size of Leah's old shelter, when she let out a scream. A diamond necklace, a
Oh,
priceless family heirloom, had vanished from her jewelry box. Chaos erupted. All employees...
this is fucking dirty. This is dirty. Why are people jealous of a little kid? This is the thing, man. Why are people jealous of little kids?
were gathered and questioned. The tension was palpable. Clara, her face pale and her eyes wide, suggested with feigned reluctance that perhaps they should check the new visitor's belongings. The suggestion hung in the air, laden with poison. Reluctantly, Richard agreed. It was standard procedure, he justified to himself. The search was quick and humiliating. Marcus, the head of security, went to Leah's small guest room. Inside, the only tattered backpack she owned, wrapped in a worn-out t-shirt, was the necklace. The sparkle of the diamonds under the room's light seemed to mock her. Leah gasped for air. It was a trap. So obvious and so cruel. I didn't take it, I swear, she said, her voice trembling, looking at Richard, pleading with her eyes for him to believe her. But the evidence was irrefutable. The jewel was in her things. She saw the doubt on Richard's face, a terrible battle being waged between his intuition and the
Wow.
cold logic of the facts.
No
His
way.
wife had no such doubts. I
What
knew
the
it.
fuck?
I told you it was a bad idea to bring someone like that into our home, she exclaimed.
Ooh, this man has no balls. Who runs your house? Listen, what is this? Ah, what's happening?
Her contempt obvious. Torn, Richard made the only decision that seemed possible. He didn't call the police. Something inside him still refused to believe Leah was guilty, but his family's safety came first. Leah, I'm sorry, he said, his voice low and tired. I think it's best if you go, at least for now, until we clear this up. The
Fuck,
words
this
hit
guy
her with the
has no
force of a physical
cojones.
blow. He was kicking her out. She looked at Leo, who was watching everything with tear-filled eyes, not understanding what was happening. She didn't do it, he cried, but no one listened. Escorted by the security guard, Leah was led to the iron gates.
Wow.
As they closed behind her with a metallic final
Wow.
click, she found
Look.
herself back where she started, alone, on the street, with the weight of a false accusation and the certainty that Leo was still in terrible danger. The difference was, now she had no way to warn him. The pavement had never felt so hard and cold beneath Leah's feet. The afternoon sun, which had once warmed her face, now seemed to mock her, illuminating her defeat. Every step away from that mansion was a step back into the world she knew so well. A world of invisibility and indifference. The humiliation burned in her chest, a hot ember of injustice. They had called her a thief. They had discarded her as if she were a piece of trash. The pain of betrayal was sharper than any hunger she had ever felt.
This is how drug addicts happen. This little chick is going to end up a junkie in no time. This is how drug addicts happen.
Richard hadn't believed her. After everything, he had chosen the comfortable lie over the inconvenient truth. Hot, stubborn tears welled in her eyes, but she wiped them away angrily. Crying wouldn't solve anything. Despair threatened to swallow her, a dark abyss opening at her feet. It would be so easy to give up, to accept that this was just how the world worked, that people like her never stood a chance. But then, the image of Leo's face, small and scared, flashed in her mind. He believed her, and he was still in there, surrounded by wolves in sheep's clothing. The certainty...
You know, Castro's son is the leader of Canada, right? You can't just mail a parcel to your friend. I think it's wealth is stealth. That's how it should be. Wealth is stealth.
that her friend was in imminent danger rekindled the flame of determination in her heart. Anger turned into fuel, pain into purpose. They had kicked her out, but they hadn't defeated her. They had underestimated her. They thought because she was small and poor, she was weak. They were wrong. She was no longer fighting just for a plate of food or a safe place to sleep. She was fighting for Leo and for her own honor. Alone and discredited, Leah knew she couldn't rely on anyone else. She had to act on her own. Her mind, sharpened by the need to anticipate dangers on the street, began to work, to devise a plan. She couldn't get in through the front gates, but she knew the property now. She knew its flaws, its blind spots. She remembered a section of the back wall, covered in thick ivy, where 1 or 2 stones were loose.
6-year-old
As
kid
night fell,
smart, or 6-year-old kids this smart. I've never been around a 6-year-old kid before in my life. So, are they this smart? That's not true. I have been around 6-year-old kids, but I was like 13 and my brothers were like 6. But other than that, I've never been around a 6-year-old kid. How smart are they? Are they in 5th grade? Because not very many people are smarter than a 5th grader. But first grade or second grade. Okay. Well, how smart are they? So they're not really smart. So there's no way this girl could be this smart. I don't know what's happening.
Well, Leah returned. She moved through the shadows like a ghost, her heart hammering against her ribs, a mix of fear and adrenaline coursing through her veins. She found the spot in the wall and, with tremendous effort, managed to pry the loose stones away, creating an opening just large enough for her slender body to slip through. She was back in enemy territory. The garden, once a paradise, was now a dangerous labyrinth, full of dancing shadows and noises that made her jump. She crept toward the main house, staying close to the bushes, her body tense with every snap of a twig. Her goal was to get as close as possible to the windows of the kitchen or the staff quarters, places where she might overhear something, anything she could use. She hid behind a large row of rose bushes near the service patio. The kitchen lights were on, and she could hear the staff's voices inside. It was then that she heard them. Clara and Jonas were standing just outside, smoking in the dim light, thinking they were safe. Their voices were low, but in the quiet of the night, every word reached Leah like a shout. The plan worked perfectly, Clara was saying, a note of cruel satisfaction in her voice. The great Richard Sterling fell for it completely. The brat is out of the way. Jonas let out a low, rough laugh. It was brilliant, using that fake necklace. Now we have a clear path for the gala. What Leah heard next made her blood run cold. But the boss is getting impatient, Jonas continued. He said the kidnapping isn't enough anymore. After we grab the kid, we'll use the documents the accountant prepared. We're going to make it look like Sterling embezzled millions from his own charity. He won't just lose his son. He'll lose everything. His reputation, his company, his freedom. The revelation hit her with the force of a wave. It wasn't just about ransom money. It was about total destruction. And the accountant, Richard's trusted man, was in on it too. The plan was much bigger, more diabolical than she had ever imagined. They didn't just want Richard's money, they wanted his life. And she was the only one who knew the whole truth. The conspirators' words echoed in Leah's mind, a cold poison spreading through her veins, total destruction. The phrase haunted her as she backed away from the rose bushes, her heart beating wildly. The plan was a complex, cruel web, and Leo was just the bait. The real target was Richard. They wanted to ruin him, to erase his name and his fortune, and kidnapping his
I'll be
son was
right
just the
back.
first, most vicious move. The sheer scale of the evil made her dizzy. How could people be so wicked? The injustice of her own expulsion seemed trivial compared to the catastrophe about to befall this family. She had to warn Richard. But how? Who would believe her now, an accused thief who had trespassed on the property? She was trapped in a nightmare, holding a terrible truth that no one would hear. For the 2 days leading up to the gala, Leah lived in the shadows of the mansion. By day, she hid in an old, abandoned boathouse by the lake at the back of the property. At night, she took risks, creeping closer to the house to watch and listen. Hunger was a constant ache, but fear and urgency kept her alert. She survived on fruit she picked from the orchard trees and water from a garden hose. Loneliness was her constant companion, and the weight of the secret was crushing her. In her waking
Why?
hours, she would see Leo playing in the garden.
Why is this poor little girl, so obsessed with this millionaire's kid? Like, she feels like she has to protect him all the time. I don't understand. She's never really even met him before this last time that she saved him. Then they met, and now she's still trying to save him. But why? They never met each other before.
Always under Clara's watchful eye. The boy seemed quieter,
Love you
the
too.
natural joy in his eyes replaced by a shadow of sadness. He missed her, Leah knew, and seeing him so close, yet unreachable, was
You
torture.
leaving?
Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Richard was immersed in his own private hell. The
There we
decision
go.
to send Leah away gnawed at him. Every time he looked into Leo's sad eyes or heard his son ask when his friend was coming back, he felt a pang of guilt. Logic told him he had done the right thing. The evidence was clear, but his gut screamed that he had made a terrible mistake. He tried to convince himself it was for the best, that Leah's presence brought instability. But the truth was, since she had left, the house felt colder, quieter. The suspicion he felt towards Clara hadn't faded. On the contrary, it had grown. He began to watch his employee more closely, noticing the triumphant glint in her eyes, the over-the-top confidence in her gestures. He tried to focus on preparations for the charity gala, one of the most important events of the year for his company. But his mind was elsewhere, stuck on the image of Leah's honest, accusing eyes. Leah knew time was running out. She had to find an ally, someone on the inside who might listen. Her mind ran through every face she had seen in the house. Most despised her, but there were a few who had always treated her with a quiet kindness. There was Mrs. Helen, the head cook, a woman with grey hair and gentle eyes who would sometimes slip her an extra cookie. And there was Mr. Alfred, the butler, an elderly man who had served the Sterling family for over 30 years and who looked at Leo with a grandfather's affection. They were the old guard, loyal to Richard in a way the newer employees were not. It was a risk, but it was her only chance. The night before the gala, Leah saw Mrs. Helen leaving late, walking toward the service gate. With her heart in her throat, Leah slipped out of her hiding place and intercepted her. The cook let out a small gasp of surprise at seeing her emerge from the darkness, thin and dirty. "Child, what are you doing here? It's dangerous." "I didn't steal the necklace," Leah said, her voice urgent and low. "Clara framed me, her and Jonas, the gardener and the accountant. They're going to take Leo during the party tomorrow, and they're going to blame Mr. Richard for stealing money." The torrent of words left her breathless. Helen stared at her, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. It was a fantastic story, hard to believe. But looking at the desperation and sincerity in the girl's face, the cook felt a shiver. She remembered small, odd details she'd noticed. Conversations that stopped when she entered the kitchen, the way Clara and Jonas always seemed aware of each other's movements. The older woman's intuition, honed by decades of observation, began to connect the dots. "My
man.
God," she whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Alfred noticed it too. He said the accountant has been asking a lot of strange questions lately. Suddenly, Leah was no longer alone. She had an ally. The alliance with Mrs. Helen was like a ray of sunshine in the storm. For the first time in days, Leah didn't feel completely alone in her fight. The cook hid her in a small pantry at the back of the kitchen, a warm place that smelled of spices and bread. She gave her a bowl of hearty stew that felt like the most delicious meal Leah had ever tasted, and a glass of milk that soothed the knot in her stomach. While Leah ate, Helen went to find Mr. Alfred. The old butler entered the pantry minutes later, his wrinkled face etched with deep concern. He listened to Leah's story without interrupting, his intelligent eyes weighing every word. When she finished, he and Helen exchanged a look. The same silent understanding passed between them. They had served this family too long not to recognize the scent of danger. "I believe you, child," Alfred said, his voice deep and steady. "I never trusted that Clara. Eyes too close together, always watching. And the accountant, Mr. Morris, he's been very evasive lately, locking drawers, taking papers home. It's not like him." Leah's relief was so immense, she almost cried. They believed her. Together, the three of them formed an unlikely war council in the small room. A street girl, a cook, and a butler. They knew that going directly to Richard with this fantastic story, especially after the necklace incident, was risky. He might not believe them, or worse, inadvertently alert the conspirators. They needed concrete proof, something Richard couldn't deny. The necklace, Leah said suddenly, the memory of the setup sparking an idea. Jonas said it was a fake necklace. That means the real one must still be somewhere. Or maybe the stolen jewel never really existed. The theory was bold. What if Richard's wife had never owned that specific necklace? What if the piece planted in Leah's things was the only one that existed, created solely to frame her? It was a possibility, but proving it was another matter. Their focus shifted to the following night, the gala. It would be the conspirators' moment to act, but also their best opportunity to unmask them. They needed to find out exactly how the plan would unfold. Alfred, with his discreet presence and access to all areas of the house, would be their eyes and ears. Helen, from the kitchen, would monitor conversations among the staff hired for the event. Leah, with her ability to be invisible, would try to stay as close to Clara as possible. Night fell, and the mansion transformed. Twinkling lights were strung in the trees.
Neil, hopefully neither, because both of those places are Democrat safe havens. The Clintons are from Arkansas, and Virginia's, well, just Virginia is a terrible fucking place.
Tables were draped in white linen, and the sound of an orchestra tuning its instruments floated on the air. Elegant guests began to arrive, a river of silk, jewels, and expensive perfume. To Leah, hidden away, watching.
But Arkansas is a lot cheaper because it's out west, kind of, things aren't as expensive down there.
It all from an upstairs window. The scene was surreal. So much wealth and beauty, and beneath it all, a dark undercurrent of betrayal. Their plan hit an unexpected snag. Clara, always a step ahead, decided that Leo was too tired for the party and would put him to bed early. This meant he would be alone and vulnerable in his room, out of sight. Leah's worry intensified. Had the plan changed? She had to see for herself. Using the service corridors Alfred had shown her, she made her way to the second floor. The party music muffled her footsteps. She approached Leo's room and heard Clara's voice inside, singing a lullaby. But something was wrong. The door wasn't fully closed. Peeking through the crack, Leah saw something that made her hold her breath. Clara was standing near the window, speaking quietly on the phone. Leo was nowhere in sight. And worse, the bedroom window, which opened onto a low roof over the veranda, was ajar. "Everything's ready," Clara whispered into the phone. "They're already waiting down below. No one will think to look on the roof. We'll be gone before anyone even notices he's missing from his bed." The plan wasn't to snatch him during the party. It was to take him from his own room, making it look like he had wandered off or run away. And it was happening right now. Panic threatened to choke Leah. The plan had been changed, moved up. There was no time to get help, no time to find Alfred or Helen. Every second counted. Hidden in the dark hallway, she saw Clara end the call, cast one last look at the open window, and leave the room, locking the door from the outside.
Okay,
The click of the lock sounded like a sentence. They had isolated the target. Leo.
Okay. They're getting ready to carry out their plan to kidnap this billionaire's son. So let's see how she stops it. Oh my God. This story's so exciting.
Waited, heart hammering against her ribs, until Clara's footsteps faded down the hall. She ran to the door and tried the knob. Locked. Desperate, she looked around. She had to get into that room. Her survivor's mind worked fast. She remembered seeing, in one of the cleaning closets, a set of master keys that Alfred kept for emergencies. It was a 1 in a million chance, but she had to try. Dashing back down the service corridor, she found the closet. Her small, trembling hands fumbled with the hooks, trying key after key in Leo's door. The fourth key turned. With a sigh of relief, she silently opened the door and slipped inside. The room was empty. Leo's bed was neatly made, his favorite teddy bear lying on the pillow, a cruel decoy for anyone who glanced in. A cold night wind blew in through the open window, making the curtains billow like ghosts. Leo ran to the window and looked down. The veranda roof stretched for a few feet before ending above the dark back gardens. Down below, in the shadow of a large magnolia tree, she saw two figures, Jonas and the driver, Ben. They were looking up, waiting. And on the roof, crouched near the edge, was Leo. He didn't look scared. He looked confused. Clara had probably tricked him with the promise of a nighttime adventure. Leah didn't scream. She knew that would only make them act faster. She had to be smart. She looked around the room for something, anything she could use. Her eyes landed on the heavy brass lamp beside Leo's bed. It was too heavy for her to carry, but the cord was long. With a tremendous effort, she dragged the lamp's base to the window and, with all her strength, shoved it out. The heavy object crashed onto the roof with a deafening bang, shattering the tiles. The noise was like a gunshot in the quiet night. Jonas and Ben froze, startled. Leo let out a cry of surprise. The loud crash was enough to draw attention. Lights flickered on in other windows. Down in the garden, a few guests who were outside turned toward the sound. Their plan was ruined. The element of surprise was gone. Jonas hissed an order to Ben, and the two of them turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness before anyone could identify them. In the room, Leah leaned out the window. "Leo, get back inside. Now," she whispered urgently. Leo, seeing his friend's familiar face, obeyed without hesitation. Scrambling back across the roof and jumping into the room, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. "Leah, what's happening? Clara said we were going to see the stars." "She lied," Leah said, hugging him tightly. Hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway. The door flew open and Richard Sterling burst in, his face pale with dread. Marcus, the head of security, was right behind him. "What was that noise?" "Leo! What are you doing out of bed?" He stopped short when he saw Leah there, next to the open window and the shattered lamp. The confusion on his face was total. He looked from the street girl to his son, and then to the wide-open window. "Leah, how did you get in here?" But before she could answer, Alfred's voice sounded behind them, calm and full of authority. "Sir, I think there's something you need to know, and this time, you need to listen." Standing beside the butler was Helen, her face serious and resolute. The truth was about to come out, in the middle of the chaos she had created. The presence of Alfred and Helen instantly changed the dynamic in the room. Richard looked from his oldest, most loyal employees to the dirty, panting girl holding his son's hand. The confusion in his mind gave way to a terrible suspicion that he had judged everything catastrophically wrong. "Alfred, what is going on?" he demanded, his voice tense. "The girl is not a thief, sir," Alfred said with a calmness that belied the chaos of the moment. "She was framed. Clara, Jonas, the driver, Ben, and, I'm afraid to say, Mr. Morris, your accountant, are all involved. They planned to take young Leo tonight and then use forged documents to accuse you of fraud." Each of the butler's words was like a hammer blow, shattering the structure of trust Richard had built over years. The accountant, Morris, a man who had worked with him for over a decade, who knew every detail of his financial and personal life. The betrayal was so profound it left him breathless. As Alfred spoke, Helen added details, describing the suspicious conversation she'd overheard, the exchanged glances, the secretive atmosphere surrounding the conspirators. And then Leah told her part, her voice low but clear, describing what she'd heard in the garden, the plan to use the roof, Clara's phone call, the complete story, told from 3 different voices, painted an undeniable and terrifying picture. Richard listened, his face hardening with each revelation. The anger he felt was cold and sharp, anger at his employees, but most of all, anger at himself, at his blindness, his arrogance. He had kicked out the one person who had tried to warn him, the only one brave enough to tell the truth. He looked at Leah, and for the first time, he truly saw her, not as a street kid, but as a protector, an unlikely hero who had risked everything for his son. An overwhelming sense of shame and gratitude washed over him. "Marcus," Richard said, his voice cutting like steel as he turned to his head of security, "find Clara and Morris. Now. They are not to leave this property." Marcus nodded and hurried out. Speaking into his radio, Richard knelt in front of Leah. "Leah, he began, but the words failed him. "I am so sorry. I should have believed you." "It's okay," Leah whispered. "The important thing is that Leo is safe." The simplicity of her reply, her complete lack of resentment, disarmed Richard entirely. In that moment, he understood that this girl's strength came not from anger or a need for revenge, but from a pure, unshakable loyalty and sense of justice. The party downstairs continued, the music and laughter.
Why did she feel that much loyalty to a kid she never met before? That shit's wild. Like, she went all out for a kid she doesn't even know. Oh, this one sounds like a good story. Maybe we'll watch this one tomorrow. I don't know. We'll probably find a different one tomorrow. I don't know. But anyway, want to hear the rest of everything good that happened?
Floating up to them, a surreal backdrop to the unfolding drama. But Richard Sterling's words.
Yes, but you should realize the West and Southwest of America is a real different place. Really different that way.
The world had shrunk to this one room. The capture of the conspirators was swift and quiet. Clara was found in her room with a packed suitcase by the door, her face twisting in rage and shock when security intercepted her. Morris, the accountant, was caught in his car trying to slip out the service gates, a briefcase full of incriminating documents beside him. Jonas and Ben were located later that night, hiding out in a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city. The web of lies had unraveled, but as justice began to take its course, one question lingered. The jewel, the necklace that had been the catalyst for everything. Alfred, with his impeccable memory, recalled a crucial detail. "Sir, Mrs. Sterling has never owned a diamond necklace like that one. Her family heirloom is an emerald brooch. I polished it myself last week." The final confirmation: the necklace never existed. It was a fake, a tangible lie created for the sole purpose of destroying Leah's credibility. The revelation was the last piece of the puzzle, exposing the calculated cruelty of the plan and the absolute innocence of the girl who had unraveled it. The charity gala, which had started as a glittering affair, ended under a cloud of whispers and confused glances as discreet police cruisers arrived at the mansion. Richard Sterling, with iron composure, managed to keep most of the drama from his guests, ending the event early with a polite excuse about a family emergency. But for those who remained, the security team, the loyal staff, and the small, unlikely heroine, the night was far from over. The mansion, now silent, felt vast and empty, the festive decorations mocking the tension that filled the air. Seated in the library, a room lined with floor-to-ceiling books that smelled of leather and old paper, Richard, Leah, and Leo waited. Alfred served hot chocolate to the children, his movements calm and steady, a point of stability in the whirlwind. Richard watched Leah, who was sitting in a velvet armchair far too big for her, clutching the warm mug with both hands. She looked exhausted, the night's adrenaline giving way to a deep weariness. But in her eyes, there was a stillness, a strength that amazed him. This child, whom the world had cast aside, possessed more integrity and courage than most adults he knew. She had not only saved his son and his fortune, she had saved him from himself, from his own suspicion and prejudice. He was indebted to her in a way no amount of money could ever repay. The tensest moment was not the capture of the criminals, but what came after. The quiet, meaningful conversation between a
Or you could come to Ohio. You know, you have a friend in Ohio. You could come to Ohio. You know, a little place called Hamilton. Or anyways, somewhere over there by Dayton. Yeah. Don't go. Yeah. Go over there by Dayton. Centerville, it's right up the road.
A powerful man who realized his fallibility, and a girl who had never doubted her own worth, even when everyone else had. A detective, a man with a tired face and a sharp gaze, entered the library. He addressed Richard, but his eyes kept drifting back to Leah. Mr. Sterling, the accountant, Morris, confessed to everything, he said. It seems he's been embezzling from your company for years. The shortfall was massive. He was desperate. The kidnapping was his way to get a large sum of cash quickly and cover his tracks. The detective paused, glancing at some papers in his hand. He also confirmed that the plan to frame you was devised in case the kidnapping failed. He wanted to seize control of the company in the ensuing chaos. The confession was the final piece, the irrefutable proof of everything Leah had uncovered. Justice would be served. The guilty would pay for their actions. But for Richard, the legal resolution was secondary. The real resolution he sought was emotional. He turned to Leah, his heart heavy with remorse and gratitude. Leah, he said, his voice thick with emotion, there are no words to thank you for what you did. You gave me my son back. You saved my family. You saved me. He knelt in front of her, a gesture of humility that shocked Alfred, who was watching from the doorway. I misjudged you. I cast you out of my home and my heart, and yet you came back to protect us. Can you forgive me? Leah looked at the powerful man's face, now vulnerable and sincere. She didn't see a millionaire, but a father who loved his son. In her eyes, there was no accusation, only an understanding that was far beyond her years. There's nothing to forgive, she said softly. Leo is my friend. At that moment, Leo, who had been nearly asleep on the sofa, came over and hugged them both, forming a small circle of affection in the middle of the grand library. I want Leah to stay, Daddy, he said, his voice sleepy. Forever. She's our family now. The child's words, spoken with the purest innocence, hung in the air.
I don't think that's a thing that happened. It doesn't sound like it's a thing that happened.
Waited with an undeniable truth. It was not a request, but a declaration. The cold, empty mansion finally had a chance to become a home. And the decision Richard would make next would not only change Leah's life forever, but would also redefine the meaning of family for them all. Leo's words, "She's our family now," echoed in the silent library, filling the space with a simple, powerful truth. For Richard, it was as if a long-stuck lock in his heart had finally sprung open. He looked at Leah, at her large, serious eyes that had seen more than any child should, and knew his son was right. Family wasn't just about blood, it was about connection, loyalty, and the kind of protective love this small girl had shown without hesitation. He stood up, his decision made, clear and irrevocable. Leo's right, he said, his voice firm but full of an emotion he rarely showed. This is your home.
That girl should be there with you. No, you need to come to Ohio.
Now, Leah, if you'll have it. It wasn't an offer of a reward, nor an act of charity. It was an invitation, a plea for her to stay and be part of their lives, not as a guest, but as an essential member of the family she herself had helped save. Leah stared at him, trying to process the meaning of his words. A home, a family. They were concepts so alien to her reality.
Oh, shit. So when you don't come next week and CNA is like you're on a date, you will actually be on a date. Man, that's so fucking cool. Man, high five myself, no friends, good job. Yeah, fucking right. I want to go on a date. Man, that'd be so cool. I don't think I've ever been on a date. No, that's a lie. Dustin took me on a date to Spaghetti Factory once. They have the best pecan pie. Man, the best pecan pie. Not even gonna lie about that pecan pie. Man, that shit's so good.
They seemed to belong in a fairy tale. Her entire life, she had been invisible, a ghost on the streets of a city that ignored her. Now she was being seen, valued, loved. Tears, this time not of pain or anger, but of overwhelming relief, filled her eyes. She couldn't speak, only nod, a small movement that sealed her fate. Leo,
Yeah.
sensing the shift
Oh,
in the
you're from-
atmosphere, grinned and hugged Leah tightly. In that
Neil, you're from Camp Canada. The snow here in Ohio isn't even, it is nothing like the snow in Canada. Look, don't let CNA trip you out about the snow in Ohio, because it is nothing like Canada snow. Because I'm from Detroit and there's a lot of snow there. It's real fucking cold. So, yeah, I can't. Ohio's nothing like that.
embrace, all the fear, all the loneliness, and all the injustice.
Yeah, and also Ohio Valley, we have a casino now.
Leah had endured began to dissipate, replaced by a warmth and a sense of belonging she had.
What? Drunken wizard. What did I say? I don't know what I said. Oh. Oh yeah, the winter's here. It's nothing like Canada. Canada's got it worse. But I don't know. You're the drunken wizard. I don't know what's happening.
Never known was
What did
possible.
I say?
In the days
I
that
don't know
followed,
what I said.
life in the Sterling mansion began to transform. The departure of Richard's wife, who decided the drama of the situation was too much for her and embarked on an extended trip to Europe, left a vacuum that was quickly filled by a new dynamic. Richard, freed from a cold marriage and misplaced trust in his staff, began to rediscover his role as a father. He cut back his hours at the office, spending afternoons building
Okay.
Lego fortresses
I'll
with
watch
Leo and Leah, or listening to the stories Leah made up about magical creatures that lived in the garden. He learned to laugh again, a genuine laugh that echoed through the previously silent halls. The mansion, once a showroom.
Now, they're going to talk about all this stuff. The mansion that was once a cold refuge has now become a living mansion, a true home. Something like that. That's what he's going to end up saying. I can keep it going.
Of wealth began to gain the soul of a real home, with children's drawings stuck to the refrigerator and the sound of laughter filling the air. Leah, in turn, blossomed. With the help of a private tutor Richard hired, she learned to read and write with astonishing speed, devouring the books in the library as if starved for knowledge. The fierceness she once used to survive, she now channeled into learning about the world. But her greatest joy was the simplicity of having a routine, waking up in the same bed every morning, having guaranteed meals, and most importantly, having people who cared if she was safe and happy. The constant sense of abandonment.
She trauma bonded herself to this kid. That's what happened. They got trauma bonded. Okay, that works. Now are we done listening to all that? The world is such a beautiful place, and these are the lessons this genius ass 6-year-old learned. I still want to know, are 6-year-olds that smart? Because I have never been around a 6-year-old since I was a kid, and I wasn't really paying attention ever. I've definitely never been that smart. I don't know. So what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? Oh my God, we've been at this for 3 hours. Nobody's gonna watch this stream. Oh, you know what? I did watch another one earlier that was really good, I think. Oh, hold on. This one. Well, we can watch this
Dad's
one tomorrow. I don't know. What do you guys? No, I can't play anything. I can't. I can't play that stuff. I'll get copyrighted in a second. And I just got off punishment. Well, I just got off a warning. No, no, no. Why do you guys want to get my channel taken down? I cannot. No, that shit will get me in so much trouble. Okay. Let's leave that. No, I cannot play that. Ooh, child. Things gonna get bad here. Oh, easier. Yeah, I know what's happening. Okay. I can't play that song. I know that song, but I got it right over here, right here. Hey, it's ready to play as soon as I'm done playing this. So, are we saying goodnight? There's a panel. Wait, what are we doing? I'm on StreamYard. I ain't on Restream. My StreamYard is fucking up. I don't know. Well, I don't think Neil's ever been on my stream. Oh, yeah, he was. One time. I love you guys too. I'm not going to be able to, even if I don't have teeth, I'm not going to be able to not stream. Because even when I'm here by myself and you guys never show up, I still like it, kind of. I think I'm addicted to streaming more than I was to make my videos. So, Drunken Wizard, you've been around kids, right? You've been around kids before. Well, you know, I don't know. I don't know how to be any other way. I'm really bad at being pretend. I make it like 1 second before I say something that clears the whole room because everybody likes to be embarrassed. I'm just kidding. No one likes to be embarrassed. That's why the room leaves as soon as I get in there. Like, okay, so are you gonna watch this story with me? And tell me your kid's really this fucking smart. Because I'm telling you, this girl, look, I watched all of this one and I was flabbergasted because I didn't realize kids were this fucking smart. But I guess like they don't really have any other distraction. Well, at least not at that age. Yeah, you were on my stream when I was on Restream, but I had to get on StreamYard. I had to get StreamYard because my Restream is fucking going nuts, man. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something going nuts. Damn. Ooh, child. Things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child. Things will be better. No, no, no. Damn it. Drunken Wizard. Ooh, Blue Dream. I haven't had that in a long time. Okay. So, okay. So watch this with me, CNA, and tell me if any 7-year-old you know is this smart.
The millionaire's son was only 2 weeks old until a poor 7-year-old girl discovered the shocking truth.
No, he had 2 weeks to live. He has 2 weeks to live. This AI thing has got this all fucked up. But he has 2 weeks to live. But we don't know that. But this thing fucked it up. So I'm going to tell you. He has 2 weeks to live. And this girl is not exactly poor. She's more of like lower middle class.
Leaving everyone pale. This story will break your heart. Let's connect. comment your city or country, and if you love emotional stories, like and subscribe for more. The autumn sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Westbrook estate, casting long shadows across imported Italian marble floors. Dr. Mitchell closed his leather medical bag with a soft click that seemed to echo through the cavernous living room. 5-year-old Ethan Westbrook sat on a plush cream sofa in the adjacent...
Oh shit, well, what are we holding on to? Wait a minute, I'll hold on to my leg. Okay. Neil, let me know when you're back and we'll start it. That's what my dad calls me. Like when I call him on the phone, he'll be like, "Talk to me, Goose."
stories, like and subscribe for more. The autumn sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Westbrook estate, casting long shadows across imported Italian marble floors. Dr. Mitchell closed his leather medical bag with a soft click that seemed to echo through the cavernous living room. 5-year-old Ethan Westbrook sat on a plush cream sofa in the adjacent sunroom, his small frame dwarfed by the luxurious furniture, coloring quietly while surrounded by more toys than most children would see in a lifetime. His golden hair caught the light as he bent over his work, completely unaware that his fate was being discussed mere feet away. "I'm sorry, Mr. Westbrook," Dr. Mitchell whispered, his voice heavy with the burden of his diagnosis. "The test results are conclusive. Without the specialized treatment, Ethan has approximately 2 weeks left." Richard Westbrook's face remained impassive, a mask perfected from years of high-stakes business negotiations. Only the slight tremor in his hand betrayed the hurricane of emotions beneath his composed exterior. At 42, Richard had built an empire from nothing, transforming a small inheritance into Westbrook Industries, a pharmaceutical giant that employed half the town. He had conquered markets, outmaneuvered competitors, and amassed a fortune that placed him firmly among America's elite. But now, faced with his son's mortality, all his wealth and influence seemed utterly worthless. "Money is no object," Richard said firmly, his voice betraying no emotion. "Whatever hospital, whatever specialist, whatever country, just tell me where to go. I'll have the jet ready within the hour." Dr. Mitchell, who had been the Westbrook family physician for 15 years, shook his head slowly, his weathered face grave. "It's not about money this time, Richard. The treatment protocol is experimental. There's only one doctor who's successfully performed it, and she's currently unavailable. Dr. Avery Chapman is volunteering in developing countries and won't return for at least a month." Richard's composure finally cracked. "My son has 2 weeks to live, and you're telling me the one person who could save him is unavailable. Do you know who I am? I've donated millions to medical research. I've built hospitals. I'll have a private jet ready within the hour." "Richard," Dr. Mitchell placed a gentle hand on the millionaire's shoulder. "Dr. Chapman won't be reachable for at least 2 more days. She's in a remote village in Guatemala with no communication. Even then, the procedure requires specific preparation and compatible donors. The genetic treatment needs biological material from closely related family members with compatible markers. We've already tested you and Caroline." "I don't care. Find her. I'll pay whatever it takes." Richard's voice rose, the veins in his neck standing out as his face flushed with desperate anger. "Send a search team, send the military, send whoever. Just find her and bring her here." Across the room, little Ethan looked up from his coloring book, his blue eyes wide with innocent concern. "Daddy, why are you shouting? Are you mad at Dr. Mitchell?" Richard immediately softened his voice, crossing the room in 3 long strides to kneel beside his son. "It's nothing, buddy. Daddy's just having a grown-up discussion. How's your picture coming along?" "Are you sad?" Ethan asked, his small hand reaching up to touch his father's cheek, a gesture that nearly broke Richard's carefully maintained control. "Your eyes look like Mommy's when she watches those movies with the tissues." Richard swallowed hard, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "No, champ, everything's going to be fine. Daddy's just a little tired from work. That's a beautiful drawing. Is that our house?" Ethan nodded proudly, pointing to the colorful scribbles. "That's you, that's Mommy, that's me, and that's Mr. Whiskers." Naya, the family cat, a pampered Persian, was currently lounging on a velvet cushion near the fireplace, completely oblivious to the family drama unfolding around him. "It's perfect," Richard said, ruffling Ethan's hair. "Why don't you add some trees? You know how Mommy loves the oak trees around the property." As Ethan returned to his coloring, Richard stood and motioned for Dr. Mitchell to follow him into his study. The room was a testament to old-world wealth, leather-bound books lining mahogany shelves, a massive desk that had once belonged to a railroad tycoon, and a collection of rare scotch that would make collectors weep with envy. Richard closed the heavy door behind them and leaned against it, finally allowing his facade to crumble completely. "Level with me, James. What are Ethan's chances without Chapman?" Dr. Mitchell sighed heavily, removing his glasses to rub the bridge of his nose. "Virtually none. The standard treatments have failed. His condition is progressing faster than we anticipated. The genetic therapy Dr. Chapman pioneered is experimental, but it's shown remarkable results in cases similar to Ethan's." "And there's no one else who can perform it?" Richard asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Doctor, Chapman has a protege at Johns Hopkins, but he's never performed the procedure independently. The risks would be significant." Richard moved to the window, looking out at the manicured gardens where Ethan should have been playing. 2 weeks, he whispered. "My son has 2 weeks to live unless we find Chapman." "I've already reached out to the medical outreach program she's working with," Dr. Mitchell offered. "They're sending someone to find her. But even if they locate her immediately, there's the issue of the genetic compatibility we've discovered." Richard turned sharply. "What do you mean?" Dr. Mitchell hesitated. "There's an anomaly in Ethan's blood work, something that doesn't quite align with your genetic profiles. It might complicate the treatment protocol." "What kind of anomaly?" "His blood type," Dr. Mitchell said carefully. "It's unexpected, given yours and Caroline's profiles. We need to run more tests to understand the implications fully." Miles away, in the rundown eastern district of the same city, 7-year-old Lily Mason sat on the worn steps of her apartment building, watching her mother, Sarah, unload groceries from their rusted second-hand car. Their apartment was small but clean, the furniture mismatched but lovingly maintained. Unlike the Westbrook estate, with its acres of manicured lawns, the Masons' home consisted of a 2-bedroom apartment in a complex that had seen better days. The playground nearby had equipment dating back to the 1980s, and the community garden where Lily helped tend vegetables was the neighborhood's pride and joy. "Need help, Mom?" Lily called, already running toward the car without waiting for a response, her chestnut braids bouncing with each step. Unlike many of her classmates who whined about chores, Lily had always been eager to help, understanding instinctively that her mother—
Why do the kids in this picture look tortured? Like that cake is making them cry. That's not a very happy picture.
carried a heavy burden as a single parent. "Thanks, sweetie," Sarah smiled tiredly. Dark circles rimmed her eyes from working double shifts at Westbrook Memorial Hospital, named after the city's most prominent family. At 34, Sarah Mason had the worn look of someone who had faced more than her fair share of hardship. but her smile still held warmth, and her eyes sparkled when she looked at her daughter. "Are you working tonight?" Lily asked, carefully carrying a bag of apples that had been on sale, 3 for the price of 2. "No, honey. Tonight I'm all yours," Sarah replied, ruffling her daughter's hair. "But I need to make a quick stop at the hospital to drop off some paperwork. You'll come with me, okay? Then maybe we can stop for ice cream on the way home." Lily's face lit up. "Can I get 2 scoops?" "We'll see," Sarah laughed, the sound lightening her features and briefly erasing the tiredness from her face. "Depends on how good you are at the hospital. No wandering off this time, understood?" "I promise," Lily said solemnly, though her eyes danced with mischief that made
Wow.
Sarah wonder just how well that promise would be kept. Later that evening, Sarah led...
How long is that? Because I don't know. It looks like there's a couple people here. Does anybody else want to chat? Are we going to bed right now, or are we staying up? I don't know what's happening.
Lily through the pristine corridors of Westbrook Memorial Hospital. The building was a testament to modern medicine, with state-of-the-art equipment and architectural details that spoke of the Westbrook family's generosity, or perhaps their desire for immortality through naming rights. The pediatric wing where Sarah worked had been renovated just 2 years ago, following a substantial donation from Richard Westbrook after his son had been successfully treated for pneumonia. "Stay right here, honey. I'll be right back," she instructed,
All right.
pointing to a
All
small
right,
waiting
I'm not
area
rushing.
near the nurse's station. "There are magazines and books. I
I'm
just
not
need to
rushing.
drop these files off and speak with Dr. Reynolds for a moment." Lily nodded obediently, settling into a chair and picking up a dog-eared copy of National Geographic Kids. But after 15 minutes, the magazine had lost its appeal, and Lily's natural curiosity began to get the better of her. The sound of someone crying drew her attention. Following the noise, she peeked through a partially open door to see a tall man in an expensive suit, his shoulders shaking as he sobbed into his hands. A photograph of a small boy sat on the desk beside him, a blonde child with a bright smile and sparkling blue eyes that seemed to dance even in the still image. Lily was about to retreat when the man's phone rang. He quickly composed himself, answering with a voice that no longer betrayed his tears. "Westbrook speaking." "Yes, I understand. 2 weeks without the treatment. No, money is no object. Find Dr. Chapman at any cost. I don't care if you have to charter a helicopter to the middle of the jungle. Just find her." Lily backed away, her heart racing. She didn't understand everything, but she knew someone was very sick, probably the little boy in the photograph. As she turned to leave, a file on the outer desk caught her eye. "Ethan Westbrook, urgent, blood type anomaly." "Lily, there you are!" Sarah's worried voice echoed down the corridor. "I told you to stay in the waiting area. What part of stay put is so difficult to understand?" Lily jumped, her hand jerking away from the file as though it had burned her. "Sorry, Mom. I heard someone crying and wanted to make sure they were okay." It wasn't entirely a lie, though her motivations had been more curiosity than compassion. Sarah glanced at the partially open door to Richard Westbrook's temporary office and quickly pulled Lily away, her grip firm but not painful. "We shouldn't be here, sweetheart. This is a private area, and that's Mr. Westbrook's office. He's going through a difficult time right now." As they walked back through the hospital corridors, Lily's mind was racing with questions about what she had overheard. "Mom, you know all about blood, right? You're a nurse." Sarah smiled, her earlier irritation fading. "I know some things. I work in pediatrics, so I need to understand blood work basics." "Why do you ask?" "What's a blood type anomaly?" Lily asked innocently, trying to sound merely curious rather than specifically interested. Sarah stopped walking and knelt down to Lily's eye level, her expression suddenly serious. Where did you hear that term? Was someone discussing a patient's information? I saw
That's the link to this video.
it on a file, Lily admitted, knowing she couldn't lie convincingly to her mother. For a boy named Ethan. I didn't open it or anything. I just saw the label.
Two.
Sarah's
Seeing that you're not leaving, right?
expression grew stern. Lily, those files are private. Patient information is confidential, and you shouldn't be reading anything about anyone's medical condition. It's not just wrong, it's actually against the law. I'm sorry, Lily said, genuinely contrite. I was just curious. Sarah sighed, then softened slightly. I know curiosity is natural, but in a hospital, privacy is extremely important. She paused, then continued in a gentler tone. But since you asked, a blood type anomaly is when someone's blood doesn't match what we would expect based on their parents' blood types or other genetic factors. Like when people get the wrong blood in the hospital? Lily asked, her brow furrowing in concentration. No, that's something different. That would be a transfusion error. This is about the blood you're born with. Everyone inherits their blood type from their parents, following certain genetic patterns. An anomaly means something doesn't follow the expected pattern. Is that bad? Lily asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. Not necessarily.
You're not really safe because I love men.
Sarah explained patiently as they continued walking. Sometimes it just means we need to be extra careful with treatments. Other times, she hesitated, choosing her words carefully, it might mean there was a mix-up somewhere. A mix-up? Lily echoed, her imagination immediately racing with possibilities. It's very rare, Sarah added quickly, seeing the wheels turning in her daughter's mind. Most of the time, there's a simple genetic explanation that we just don't understand yet. The human body is complicated, sweetheart. Later that night, as Sarah tucked Lily into bed in their small apartment, the little girl couldn't stop thinking about the crying man and the file she had seen. The warm glow of her nightlight cast dancing shadows on the walls, covered with her artwork and school certificates. Most improved reader, Science Fair participant,
You.
Good Citizenship Award.
You're
Mom,
safe from
that
him,
boy Ethan,
but you're
is he
not
very sick?
safe.
Lily asked as Sarah smoothed her well-worn but clean comforter, a hand-me-down from a family Sarah had once nannied for before nursing school. Sarah paused, considering how much to share. I don't know the details, sweetie, but even if he is, it's not something for you to worry about. The hospital has excellent doctors. But the man was so sad, Lily persisted, her eyes wide in the dim light. He said something about 2 weeks and a doctor they can't find. Sarah's expression softened as she sat on the edge of the bed. That's Mr. Westbrook. He's actually the owner of the hospital where I work. His son has been sick for a while now. Can't you help him? Lily asked, with a child's simple faith in her mother's abilities. To Lily, Sarah was capable of everything from making the perfect chicken soup to kissing away scrapes and bruises until they didn't hurt anymore. Sarah smiled sadly, stroking Lily's hair. Some illnesses need very special doctors, honey. I wish I could help, but this is beyond what I can do. Mr. Westbrook has resources that most people don't have. If anyone can find help for his son, it's him. But he was crying, Lily whispered. Rich people cry too when they're really, really sad, huh? Of course they do, sweetheart. Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't protect you from sadness or fear, especially when it comes to your children. Sarah leaned down to kiss Lily's forehead. Now try to get some sleep. You have school tomorrow. Good night, Mom. Love you to the moon and back. Love you to the stars and beyond, Sarah replied with their nightly ritual, turning off the bedside lamp and leaving the door slightly ajar. That night, Lily dreamed of the sad man and the little boy in the photograph. In her dream, they were reaching out to her, calling for help, but she couldn't reach them. A vast chasm separated them, and no matter how far she stretched, her fingertips fell short. She woke with a start, her heart pounding, the dream still vivid in her mind. Outside, rain pattered against the window, and distant thunder rumbled across the sky. Morning light filtered through the thin curtains of their apartment as Lily sat at the breakfast table, unusually quiet. Instead of chattering about school or the book she was reading, she pushed her cereal around the bowl, lost in thought. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" Sarah asked, placing a glass of orange juice in front of her daughter. She was already dressed in her hospital scrubs, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. "You're not usually this quiet in the morning." "Mum, what happens if someone needs a very special doctor but can't find them?" Lily asked suddenly, looking up with serious eyes. Sarah paused, recognizing the question wasn't hypothetical. "Well, sometimes other doctors can help instead, or they try different treatments until they find one that works." "But what if there's no time?" Lily pressed, abandoning all pretense that this was a general question. "What if they only have 2 weeks?" Sarah sat down beside her daughter, concern etching lines around her eyes. "Lily, I know you're worried about Mr. Westbrook's son, but there are many brilliant doctors working to help him. Medical science can do amazing things these days." "But they said 2 weeks, Mum," Lily whispered, her voice.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Press like and subscribe. Right now, we're watching this story. I don't exactly know how to explain it, but
Trembling slightly.
This little boy has 2 weeks to live, and this 7-year-old little girl is trying to figure out a way to help him, even though she's just a strange little poor girl. I thought she was middle class, but apparently she is actually poor. So she's trying to figure out a way to help this little boy, even though she has nothing to do with him.
That's not very long. That's like just
And press like and subscribe and chat in the chat.
14 days. That's like from now until after my dance recital. That's all. Sarah pulled her daughter into a hug, feeling the small body tense with worry. "Oh, sweetie, I know it seems scary, but Mr. Westbrook has connections all over the world. He's probably already contacted specialists from every major hospital." "What if they can't help because of the blood thing?" Lily asked into her mother's shoulder. Sarah gently pushed Lily back to look into her eyes. "Lily, I need you to understand something important. Whatever is happening with Ethan Westbrook is being handled by the best medical professionals available. It's not something a 7-year-old girl needs to worry about, no matter how smart and caring that little girl is." She tapped Lily's nose affectionately. "Your job is to be a kid, go to school, learn things and have fun. Let the doctors worry about medical problems, okay?" Lily nodded reluctantly, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important about the file she had seen, something that connected to the...
Are 7-year-olds this smart? CNA before you go to bed. Are they this smart?
urgency in Mr. Westbrook's voice when he had mentioned the missing doctor, something that perhaps even the doctors hadn't figured out yet. The next day, after school, Lily convinced her mother to take her to the hospital again. Sarah, who needed to pick up her schedule for the following week, reluctantly agreed, though she made Lily promise 3 times that she would stay where she was told. "You'll stay in the children's waiting room this time," Sarah said firmly as they walked through the hospital's main entrance. "They have books and puzzles there. I even think they got a new fish tank last week. You can name all the fish if you want." Lily nodded obediently, widening her eyes in innocence. "I'll be super good, Mom. Promise." Sarah gave her a skeptical look, but led her to the brightly decorated children's area with its underwater theme and comfortable seating. "I'll be back in 20 minutes. Don't move." As soon as her mother disappeared down the corridor, Lily waited precisely 3 minutes by the clock on the wall, then slipped away. She wasn't being deliberately disobedient, at least that's what she told herself. She was on a mission to help a little boy who might not have much time left. Surely that was more important than following rules. The hospital corridors were busy with doctors and nurses rushing about their daily routines. Lily kept close to the walls, trying to remain inconspicuous as she made her way toward the administrative section where she had seen Mr. Westbrook the day before. She remembered
I like whatever weed costs $25 an ounce. That's what I'm smoking.
the way clearly, her sharp mind mapping the route they had taken. Left at the cafeteria, right past the gift shop, through the double doors marked "Staff Only," and down the corridor with the blue stripe on the wall. As she approached the office where she had seen Mr. Westbrook, she noticed the door was now closed. A woman in a lab coat stood outside, reviewing some papers on a clipboard. She was in her late 40s, with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a severe bun and glasses perched on the end of her nose. The nameplate on her door read, "Dr. Susan Reynolds, Chief of Pediatric Hematology." Lily hesitated, then approached the woman. "Excuse me," she said politely, summoning her most well-behaved voice, the one she used when meeting her teachers on the first day of school. Dr. Reynolds looked up, surprise crossing her features as she noticed the small girl. "Hello there. Are you lost? This isn't an area where patients or visitors usually come." "No, ma'am," Lily replied with her most winning smile. "I was wondering about blood type anomalies." She pronounced the word carefully, making sure to get it right. Dr. Reynolds's eyebrows shot up, nearly disappearing into her hairline. "That's an unusual question from someone your age. Are you interested in medicine?" Lily nodded enthusiastically. "My mom's a nurse. She works in pediatrics. She says I'm going to be a doctor someday because I ask so many questions." The doctor smiled, her stern features softening. "Well, that's wonderful. Curiosity is the beginning of all scientific discovery. Blood types are fascinating, actually."
Why the hell would you pay that much? You know the $25 ounces are nothing but the shake off your $125 ounce. I get the same shit you get, only I get what's left over. All the little buds and the shake weed, all that comes in those $25 ounces. Like, I'll fucking smoke that all day.
They follow specific inheritance patterns based on genetic markers. Like how they have to match what you get from your mom and dad. Lily interrupted, eager to show she understood. "That's right," Dr. Reynolds said, looking impressed. "For instance, if both parents have type O blood, their child must also have type O. It's genetically impossible for them to have any other type." Lily's eyes widened. "What happens if they don't match? If the test says they have a different type?" Dr. Reynolds's expression grew more serious as she studied the unusually persistent child. "Well, if medical tests show a child has a blood type that couldn't possibly come from their parents, it usually means one of two things. Either there's a very rare genetic mutation that we don't fully understand yet, or what?" Lily pressed when the doctor hesitated. "Or there might have been a mix-up at some point." Dr. A. Reynolds finished carefully. "But that's extremely rare, especially these days. Hospitals have very strict protocols to prevent that sort of thing."
Well, when he comes to
Before Lily could
Ohio,
ask another
you
question,
can just send
a
him
door
to
opened
Ohio.
and Richard Westbrook emerged from his temporary office. His eyes were red-rimmed, his normally impeccable suit slightly rumpled, as though he had been wearing it for days. His tie was loosened, and the shadow of stubble darkened his jaw. "Dr. Reynolds, any word on Dr. Chapman?" he asked urgently, not noticing Lily at first. His voice carried the raspy quality of someone who had been either shouting or crying, perhaps both. "We're still trying to reach her, Mr. Westbrook. The medical outreach program has confirmed she's in a remote village in Guatemala with limited communication. They're sending someone to bring her to an area with phone."
Better come to Ohio. It's way better than Virginia and Arkansas, which both are Clinton country. You should stay away from them because they're communists. And you should come to Ohio because at least our communists dress nice, like, non-communists, and they kind of act according to the right way to live more than the wrong way to live, like Virginia and Arkansas. So I vote for Ohio because our communists have class.
Phone service, but the roads have been washed out by recent storms. It might take another day or two. Richard ran a hand through his hair in frustration, the carefully styled coif now standing in disarray.
What the fuck is
Every
a coif?
hour counts. "My son,"
What
he
is
broke
that?
off as he finally noticed Lily standing there, her large brown eyes watching him intently. "Who's this?" Dr. Reynolds placed a gentle hand on Lily's shoulder. "This young lady was just asking me some very intelligent questions about blood types. She wants to be a doctor." Richard attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Is that so? Well, we need good doctors in this world." He knelt down to Lily's level, his expensive suit creasing at the knees. "What's your name?" "Lily Mason, sir. My mom works here. She's a nurse in the pediatric ward." Lily's voice was steady, though her heart was racing at being face to face with the man she had seen in such private distress. Something flickered in Richard's eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or some deeper emotion Lily couldn't identify. "Mason? What's your mother's name?" "Sarah Mason. She works in the pediatric ward. She's worked here for 7 years." Lily was proud of her mother's dedication, often telling anyone who would listen how Sarah helped sick children feel better. Richard stood abruptly, a strange expression crossing his face. "I need to go. Please keep trying to reach Dr.
Damn.
Chapman." He hurried.
I've been with Dustin since I was 18 years old. And I ran away and ended up in prison. And then I ran away again and ended up how I am now. And then came back. And I'll be 40 in November.
Hurried away without another word, leaving Lily confused by his sudden change in demeanor. Dr. Reynolds gave Lily a kind smile. "You should probably get back to wherever your mother left you. The hospital can be confusing for visitors, and I'm sure she'll be worried if she can't find you." Lily nodded and thanked the doctor for answering her questions. As she turned to leave, she noticed a clipboard that had been left on a nearby chair. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, she quickly looked at the top page. It was a blood type analysis for Ethan Westbrook. His blood type was listed as AB negative. A note at the bottom read, "Genetic impossibility based on parents' blood types, both O positive. Urgent resolution required for treatment protocol. Bone marrow compatibility essential for Chapman procedure." Lily's heart began to race. She remembered what Dr. Reynolds had just told her. If both parents had type O, their child must also have type O. But Ethan had type AB negative.
I'll be 40 in November.
According to the doctor, that was impossible unless there had been a mix-up. And if there had been a mix-up, her mind was whirling with implications as she made her way back to the children's waiting area, barely making it before Sarah returned. What if Ethan Westbrook wasn't really Richard Westbrook's son? And if he
Oh,
wasn't, where was
the
Richard's real
7-year-old
son?
this
And
smart.
could that real son, with the
Listen, it's DNA. You're around kids all the time. I'm younger than your stepdaughter. Listen. I'm young. It doesn't mean I'm inexperienced. No, I'm just kidding. I'm done with that whole cheating on my spouse thing. Whatever. But you could still come to Ohio and we could still smoke some weed together. You don't gotta get your dick hard to smoke weed. Look, something's happening. 7-year-old's this smart.
right blood type possibly help save Ethan's life? Sarah was frantic when she finally found Lily in the hospital cafeteria, calmly eating a pudding cup that one of the kitchen staff had given her. Lily Mason, I've been looking everywhere for you. What did I tell you about staying where I put you? Sarah's voice trembled with a mixture of relief and anger, her face flushed from rushing through the hospital corridors. Lily looked up guiltily, a small smear of chocolate on her upper lip. I'm sorry, Mom. I got hungry. It wasn't the whole truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie either. She had been hungry, just not until after her detective work. Sarah sighed, her shoulders slumping as the adrenaline of panic gave way to exhaustion. You can't wander around a hospital alone, sweetheart. It's not
It would have
safe,
to be.
and patients need their privacy. This is my workplace, Lily. If you
Yeah, there
can't
you
follow
go.
rules here, I can't bring you with me anymore. The threat of being left with Mrs. Grantham, their elderly neighbor who smelled of mothballs and only had black and white television, was usually enough to ensure Lily's compliance. But today, the importance of her mission outweighed even that dreaded consequence. As they walked toward the exit, Lily couldn't contain her questions any longer. Mom, if both parents have O blood, can their baby have AB blood? Sarah stopped walking
Look,
and looked at her daughter
our 7-year-old's this smart. This is crazy.
suspiciously, maternal instinct telling her this wasn't a random question. No, that's impossible. The baby would have to be type O. Blood types follow specific inheritance patterns. So if a baby has AB blood but the parents both have O, something's wrong, Lily pressed. There would have to be some explanation, Sarah said carefully. Why are you asking? Just curious, Lily said innocently. Dr. Reynolds was telling me about blood types. Dr. Reynolds, the head of pediatric hematology. Sarah's eyes narrowed to slits. Lily, have you been wandering around the administrative wing again, after I specifically told you to stay in the children's area? Lily nodded reluctantly, scuffing her shoe against the polished hospital floor. I met Mr. Westbrook too. He seemed really upset. Sarah closed her eyes briefly, as if praying for patience or possibly divine intervention. Lily, his son is very ill. Of course he's upset. The entire hospital is working around the clock to help that little boy. Is it because of the blood type thing? The paper said it was an impossibility.
Now, I don't really know if Neil is coming to Ohio, but I am pushing really hard for it because both Arkansas and Virginia are communist hives. It would be just like living in Canada again. At least in Ohio, our communists have class.
And needed urgent resolution. Sarah's face paled, and she gripped Lily's shoulders firmly. You read Ethan Westbrook's medical file? Lily, that's confidential information. You could get me in serious trouble. Her voice dropped to an urgent whisper. Patient privacy is protected by federal law. People can lose their jobs over this kind of thing. I'm sorry, Lily whispered, genuinely remorseful now that she understood the potential consequences for her mother. But, Mom, if his blood type is wrong, what does that mean? Sarah guided Lily to a quiet corner of the hospital lobby and sat her down on a vinyl chair, kneeling in front of her. Listen to me carefully. Whatever you saw or think you saw is private medical information. It's not our business, and you are not to discuss it with anyone. Do you understand? Lily nodded solemnly, but her mind was racing with questions she couldn't suppress. But Mum, what if— No what ifs, Sarah interrupted firmly. This is a serious matter, Lily. Promise me you won't interfere or try to investigate this further. I promise, Lily said quietly, crossing her fingers behind her back. It wasn't that she wanted to disobey her mother, but sometimes grown-ups didn't see what was right in front of them. And if what she suspected was true, a little boy's life might depend on her breaking this promise. That evening, Lily sat at the small desk in her bedroom, drawing pictures of blood cells as she had seen them in one of her mother's nursing textbooks. Red circles labeled O, A, B, and AB covered the page. She had asked Sarah to explain blood types again during dinner, carefully keeping her questions general enough not to raise suspicion. She thought about Ethan Westbrook, the boy with only 2 weeks to live unless they found the special doctor. She thought about his blood type being impossible. She thought about what Dr. Reynolds had said about mix-ups.
And that's close to the area I'm at. The place called Centerville is where my therapy is. And that place, and also that's where they make vanilla rum. There's really good vanilla rum that's made in Centerville, Ohio. And there's another beer that's made here. I don't remember which one it is, but they have a beer thing here where they make and give beer, the warehouse.
Terrible suspicion began to form in her mind. What if Ethan Westbrook wasn't really the Westbrook son? What if there had been a mix-up at the hospital when he was born?
Oh my God.
What if his real parents, with compatible blood types, were out there somewhere, unaware that their biological child was dying? Lily, dinner's ready, Sarah called from the kitchen, interrupting her thoughts. During dinner, Lily picked at her chicken casserole, unusually quiet. The small television in the corner played the evening news, the anchor's voice providing background noise as Sarah asked about school, and Lily answered with distracted monosyllables. Everything okay, sweetie? Sarah asked, reaching across the table to feel Lily's forehead. You're not coming down with something, are you? Mom, were you working at Westbrook Memorial 5 years ago? Lily asked suddenly. Sarah nodded slowly. A forkful of casserole paused halfway to her mouth. Yes, I was. I started there 7 years ago, right after you were born. Why? Was there ever a mix-up with babies, like babies going home with the wrong parents? Lily tried to keep her voice casual, but the intensity of her gaze betrayed her. Sarah put down her fork with a soft clink against the plate. Lily, what is this about? Just answer, please, Lily insisted. No, not that I know of, Sarah said firmly. Hospitals have strict protocols to prevent that sort of thing. Babies get ID bans immediately after birth, and there are multiple checks before a baby leaves the hospital. But what if it happened anyway? Lily pressed, leaning forward. What if someone made a mistake? Sarah studied her daughter carefully, concern deepening the lines around her eyes. Lily Mason, you tell me what's going on in that head of yours right now. Lily took a deep breath, knowing she had to share her theory with someone, even if it meant admitting she had been more involved in Ethan's case than she had let on. Ethan Westbrook has AB negative blood, but both his parents are O positive. That's impossible, right? So either he's not really their son or what? Sarah whispered, her face growing pale under the kitchen's fluorescent lights. Or there was a mix-up, Lily finished quietly. And if there was a mix-up, then his real parents might have the right blood to help him. The paper said something about bone marrow compatibility being essential for the Chapman procedure. Sarah sat back in her chair, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Lily, this is a very serious accusation. You can't possibly understand the implications of what you're suggesting. But it makes sense, doesn't it? Lily persisted, her voice rising with urgency. If Ethan has the wrong blood type, it means he might have the wrong parents. And if he has the wrong parents, his real parents might be able to help him with this special treatment. Sarah shook her head firmly. Sweetheart, these matters are incredibly complicated. Blood type anomalies can happen for various reasons. And even if, and this is a massive if, there was some kind of mix-up, finding the biological parents would be nearly impossible without extensive testing and investigation. But he only has 2 weeks, Mom, Lily said, her voice breaking. That's what Mr. Westbrook said on the phone. 2 weeks isn't enough time for extensive testing and investigation. Sarah reached across the table and took her daughter's hands. Listen to me, Lily. You have a kind heart, and I love that about you. But this is not something a 7-year-old girl should be trying to solve. The hospital has brilliant doctors working around the clock to help Ethan. Lily looked down at her barely touched dinner. But what if I could help? What if I know something they don't? Sarah sighed heavily, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. What could you possibly know that the doctors don't?
Ohio.
Lily hesitated,
And then
then
you
said
guys
quietly,
both
I know that 5
Oh.
years ago, there was another baby boy born at Westbrook Memorial on the same day as Ethan. Sarah's fork clattered to her plate. How do you know that? I heard Mrs. Jenkins talking about it at the library last month, Lily explained, referring to the elderly librarian who loved to share local history and gossip. She was telling another lady about how there were 2 baby boys born on that day, one to the richest family in town and one to a family that had just moved here. She said it was in the newspaper because Mr. Westbrook donated a new wing to the hospital to celebrate Ethan's birth. Sarah stared at her daughter, her nurse's mind rapidly connecting dots she didn't want to connect. Lily, this is still just speculation. Even if another baby was born that day, it doesn't mean there was a mix-up. But what if there was? Lily insisted, her brown eyes wide and earnest. What if that other baby is the real Ethan Westbrook? What if his parents could save him? Sarah closed her eyes briefly, massaging her temples. Lily, please promise me you won't do anything about this. Promise me you'll let the medical professionals handle it. I promise, Lily said. But her eyes held a determination that made Sarah uneasy. After dinner, Sarah insisted they watch a movie together, keeping Lily close as if afraid to let her out of sight. But once her mother was asleep, Lily crept from her bed and pulled out her detective notebook, a gift from her grandmother last Christmas. In it, she began to list everything she knew. Ethan Westbrook is very sick and has only 2 weeks to live. He needs a special treatment from Dr. Chapman. His blood type is AB negative. His parents are both O positive. That's impossible unless there was a mix-up. Another baby boy was born the same day at Westbrook Memorial. Finding that boy might save Ethan's life. The next morning, Lily waited until her mother left for her early shift at the hospital, then
Okay,
pulled out
here
the
we go.
local phone directory. She flipped through the pages until she found what she was looking for. Westbrook Industries, Richard
Here we go.
Westbrook, CEO. With trembling fingers, she dialed the number, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. Westbrook Industries. How may I direct your call? A professional female voice answered. I need to speak to Mr. Westbrook, please, Lily said, trying to sound older than her 7 years. It's about his son. It's very important. I'm sorry, but Mr. Westbrook is not taking calls at this time. May I ask who's calling? Lily Mason. My mom is Sarah Mason, a nurse at Westbrook Memorial. Please, it's about Ethan's blood type. There was a long pause. 1 moment, please. Lily waited,
And
her stomach
this
knotting with
party that's
anxiety.
happening is
After what
just
seemed like
huge.
an eternity, a deep voice came on the line.
I'm
This
just
is Richard Westbrook. Who am I
watching
speaking
the
with?
movie.
Mr. Westbrook, it's Lily
But hey,
Mason.
pay
We
attention.
met yesterday at the hospital. Lily's voice came out smaller than she intended, suddenly intimidated by actually speaking to the powerful man. The little girl who wants to be a doctor, Richard remembered. How did you get this number? It's in the phone book, Lily said simply. Mr. Westbrook, I need to tell you something important about Ethan. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end of the line. What about my son? I know about his blood type anomaly, Lily said carefully. I know that both you and Mrs. Westbrook have type O blood, but Ethan has type AB negative. How do you know this? Richard's voice had turned cold. That's confidential medical information. I saw it on a clipboard, Lily admitted. But that's not important right now. What's important is that I think I know why there's an anomaly and how to find his real parents. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening. When Richard Westbrook finally spoke, his voice was tight with controlled emotion. Young lady, I don't know what game you're playing, but this is not appropriate. I'm going to hang up now and call your mother to discuss this breach of confidentiality. Please don't hang up, Lily pleaded, her voice rising in desperation. I'm not playing a game. I'm trying to help. Ethan needs a special treatment from his biological parents to survive, doesn't he? Something about bone marrow compatibility? Another long pause. How could you possibly know that? I heard you talking about needing to find Dr. Chapman, and then I saw the blood type report. Lily explained rapidly, the words tumbling out. Mr. Westbrook, 5 years ago, on the day Ethan was born, there was another baby boy born at Westbrook Memorial. What if there was a mix-up? What if that other family has your biological son, and you have theirs? Richard's breathing had become audible, ragged and uneven. This is
I've never
absurd.
had beef
The
stew
hospital has
with
protocols,
dumplings.
but it would
I
explain
can
the blood
imagine
type
it being like beef
impossibility,
stew
Lily
with
pressed,
bread.
gaining confidence as she laid out her theory. And if the other family has the right blood type to match Ethan's, they might be able to provide whatever he needs for the treatment, even before Dr. Chapman gets back. Who are these people you're talking about? Richard demanded, a new urgency in his voice. I don't know their names, Lily admitted. But Mrs. Jenkins at the library said they had just moved to town when their baby was born. They might still be here. Lily! Richard's voice had softened slightly, the initial anger giving way to something more complex. I appreciate that you're trying to help, but this is a serious medical situation that requires professional investigation. I can't act on the speculation of a child, no matter how well-intentioned. Then check the hospital records, Lily suggested, unwilling to be dismissed so easily. Find out who else had a baby boy that day. Their child would be exactly the same age as Ethan. The hospital won't release that information to me. There are privacy laws. But you own the hospital, Lily interrupted. Surely you can find a way. Doesn't Ethan's
I'll
life
be
matter
talking
more
with
than
her.
privacy laws? There was another pause, longer this time. When Richard spoke again, his voice had changed, as if he was seeing the situation from a new angle. Why are you doing this, Lily? Why do you care so much about my son? Lily thought about the photograph she had seen on Richard's desk, of a small boy with a bright smile who had no idea his time was running out. She thought about the man who had sobbed when he thought no one could hear him. She thought about her own mother and how Sarah would move heaven and earth to save her if she were sick. Because everyone deserves to have people who will fight for them, she said simply, and because 2 weeks isn't enough time, but it might be all the time Ethan has. Richard cleared his throat, and when he spoke again, his voice was steadier. Where can I meet you, Lily Mason? I think we need to have a proper conversation about this. I'm at home right now, Lily said. My mom's at work until 4 o'clock. I'm not supposed to have visitors when she's not here, but this is an emergency. I don't think
Are you going too, Neil?
It would be appropriate for me to come to your home when your mother isn't present, Richard said, sounding momentarily surprised by the suggestion. Is there someone who can bring you to my office? A grandparent or neighbor, perhaps? Lily considered this. Mrs. Grantham next door watches me sometimes. She could bring me, I guess. Excellent. I'll send my car for you both in 30 minutes. Will that work? Lily's eyes widened at the thought of riding in what would surely be a fancy car. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll be ready.
Well,
Convincing Mrs.
she's
Grantham
about
was
to meet
easier
this
than
guy.
expected. The elderly woman was so flattered.
Hold on. She's about to meet the millionaire right now. After she meets the millionaire. Wait, how many drinks out of 6 do you have left?
By the idea of meeting Richard Westbrook and riding in his car that she agreed immediately, fussing over her appearance and changing her cardigan twice before the sleek black town car arrived. The drive to Westbrook Industries.
All right, well, finish your drinks here. This isn't even close to over, but we'll get close enough or whatever. Fuck it. I just want to see her tell this millionaire that he's not the baby daddy.
Took them from their modest neighborhood to the gleaming downtown business district. The company headquarters occupied a modern glass tower that reflected the sky, making it seem as if the building was made of clouds. Lily pressed her nose to the window, staring up at the structure that seemed to touch the heavens. My stars, Mrs. Grantham whispered, clutching her handbag as they were escorted through a
just say
marble
you have
lobby
3
with
more
a
left.
massive fountain at its center. The elevator whisked them to the top floor, where a professional-looking woman with a sleek bob
Are
and
you-
immaculate suit.
Wait a minute, CNA, are you taking him away? He's got 2 drinks left. Well, at least say bye to me before you guys leave, okay?
Greeted them. Mr. Westbrook is expecting you. Please follow me. Richard's office was larger than Lily and Sarah's entire apartment. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city, and priceless art adorned the walls. But what caught Lily's attention was the collection of photographs on Richard's desk, all of them featuring Ethan at various ages, from infancy to his current 5 years. Miss Mason, Mrs. Grantham, thank you for coming, Richard said, rising from behind an imposing mahogany desk.
Mahogany.
He looked more composed than he had at the hospital, his suit perfectly pressed and his hair neatly styled, but the shadows under his eyes spoke of sleepless nights. Please have a seat. Would you like some refreshments? Coffee, tea, soda, juice? Oh, a cup of tea would be lovely, Mrs. Grantham said, clearly enjoying the surreal experience of being in a billionaire's office. Just water, please, Lily said, suddenly feeling very small in the enormous leather chair. After the assistant had taken their drink orders and left, Richard leaned forward, his expression serious. Now, Lily, I want you to tell me everything about this theory of yours. Start from the beginning. Lily took a deep breath and explained everything. How she had overheard his phone conversation, seen the medical files, spoken with Dr. Reynolds about blood types, and made the connection to the other baby born on the same day. As she spoke, Richard's expression changed from skepticism to intense concentration. I've made some inquiries, he said carefully when she had finished. There was indeed another baby boy born at Westbrook Memorial on the same day as Ethan. The family's name is Turner. They moved here from Chicago just a week before the birth. Lily's eyes widened. Did you contact them? Richard shook his head. Not yet. I wanted to speak with you first, to understand exactly what you're suggesting. You realize that if you're right, and that's still a very big if, this would change not just Ethan's life, but the Turners' lives as well. Their son would actually be my biological child. I know, Lily said solemnly. It would be really hard for everyone, but isn't saving Ethan's life worth finding out the truth? Richard studied the determined little girl before him. You're quite extraordinary, Lily Mason. Most adults wouldn't have connected these dots, let alone had the courage to come forward with such a theory. Lily shrugged. I just want to help. Well, Richard said, reaching for his phone, let's find out if your theory holds any water. I'm going to contact the Turners and explain the situation. As Richard dialed the number, Lily held her breath. The fate of a 5-year-old boy hung in the balance, and she had set events in motion that couldn't be undone. She only hoped she was right. Hello, is this the Turner residence? Richard's voice was calm and professional, giving no hint of the emotional storm that must be raging within him. This is Richard Westbrook. Yes, that Richard Westbrook. I'm calling about a rather delicate matter concerning your son. Would it be possible for us to meet today? It's quite urgent. He listened for a moment, then continued. I understand this seems unusual, but I assure you it's a matter of life and death. Yes, literally. My son is very ill, and there's a possibility that, well, it's complicated. I'd rather explain in person. Another pause. 3 o'clock would be perfect, at my office downtown. I'll send a car for you. Thank you, Mrs. Turner. I appreciate your willingness to hear me out. Richard hung up and looked at Lily, his expression a mixture of hope and fear. They're coming. Now we wait. The 3 hours before the Turners' arrival stretched interminably. Mrs. Grantham was escorted to a comfortable waiting area with magazines and a television, while Lily remained in Richard's office, answering his increasingly detailed questions about her theory. You understand, Lily, that what you're suggesting is extraordinarily rare, Richard said, pacing by the windows. Hospital mix-ups do happen, but they're exceptionally uncommon these days, especially in a facility as well-run as Westbrook Memorial. But it would explain the blood type anomaly, Lily insisted, swinging her legs as they dangled from the large chair. And Dr. Reynolds said herself that if both parents have type O, it's genetically impossible for their child to have any other type. Richard nodded slowly. Yes, that's the part that's been troubling the medical team. They've been working under the assumption that there must be some rare genetic mutation at play. The possibility of a mix-up wasn't even considered, because nobody would think that the Westbrooks could have the wrong baby, Lily said with a child's blunt honesty. You're too important. A sad smile crossed Richard's face. Wealth and status don't protect anyone from human error, Lily. If anything, they sometimes make us more vulnerable because we assume our position shields us from ordinary problems. As 3 o'clock approached, Richard grew visibly tense. He straightened his tie repeatedly, checked his watch every few minutes, and once snapped at his assistant when she came in with some papers for him to sign. Sorry, Jessica, he said immediately. I'm a bit on edge today. Understood, sir, the assistant replied with professional sympathy. Dr. Mitchell called. Still no word from Dr. Chapman, but they're expecting to establish contact by tomorrow. Richard nodded grimly. Keep me updated, and when the Turners arrive, bring them directly in. No waiting. At precisely 3 o'clock, the door to Richard's office opened, and a couple entered, looking apprehensive and out of place in the opulent surroundings. The man was of average height with sandy brown hair and a friendly open face creased with concern. He wore khaki pants and a button-down shirt that, while neat, were clearly not expensive. The woman beside him was petite, with chestnut hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, wearing a modest floral dress that had seen better days. Mr. and Mrs. Turner, thank you for coming, Richard said, stepping forward to shake their hands. I appreciate your willingness to meet on such short notice. You said it was a matter of life and death, Mr. Turner replied, his voice steady despite his obvious nervousness. That's not an invitation one ignores, especially from someone like you. Richard gestured to the seating area. Please sit down. This is Lily Mason. She's the reason we're all here today. The Turners looked at Lily with confusion, clearly wondering what role a small girl could play in whatever crisis had prompted this unusual meeting. Hello, Lily
Good.
said,
I'm glad
suddenly
you
shy in the
started.
face of these strangers who might unknowingly hold the key to Ethan's survival. Lily, sweetie, why don't you wait outside with Mrs. Grantham while I speak with Mr. and Mrs. Turner? Richard suggested gently. Lily wanted to protest. This was her theory, after all, but she recognized that the conversation ahead would be difficult and perhaps not appropriate for a child to witness. She nodded and slipped out
Oh
of
my
the
God.
office, but not before giving the Turners a long, curious look. In the waiting area, Mrs.
We've been on here for 4 hours, dear. I can't believe that. It's fucking wild.
Grantham was happily sipping tea and flipping through a glossy magazine. There you are, dear. This place is just magnificent, isn't it? And they have lemon cookies. Would you like one? Lily took a cookie absently, her mind on what might be happening in Richard's office. What was he telling the Turners? How would they react to the suggestion that their son might not be their biological child? Would they be willing to help Ethan, even if it meant facing a painful truth? Inside the office, Richard was carefully explaining the situation to the increasingly pale-faced Turners. My son Ethan is gravely ill, he began. He needs a specialized treatment that requires genetic material from compatible donors, typically biological parents or siblings. When we were tested, the doctors discovered something unexpected. Ethan's blood type is AB negative, while both my wife Caroline and I have type O positive blood. I don't understand, Mrs. Turner said, her brow furrowed. What does this have to do with us? Richard took a deep breath. According to genetic science, it's impossible for two O-type parents to have an AB child. This suggests that Ethan may not be our biological son. The implications hung in the air for a long moment before Mr. Turner spoke. And you think, what? That our son might be yours? That there was some kind of switch at the hospital? I know it sounds incredible, Richard acknowledged, but your son Michael was born on the same day as Ethan, at the same hospital. It's at least worth investigating the possibility. Mrs. Turner's hand flew to her mouth. This is insane. Michael is our son. He looks like us. He has Robert's nose and my eyes. I understand your reaction, Richard said gently. I felt the same way when this possibility was first suggested to me. Ethan has been my son for 5 years. I've loved him, raised him, watched him grow. The idea that he might not be my biological child is, well, it's devastating. But you're willing to consider it because your son is sick, Mr. Turner said, understanding dawning in his eyes. Richard nodded. Ethan has 2 weeks to live without this treatment. If there's even a chance that your family could provide the genetic match he needs, I have to pursue it. What would this involve? Mrs. Turner asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Initially, just a blood test to determine blood types and potential compatibility, Richard explained. If there's evidence suggesting a mix-up, then more detailed genetic testing. The Turners exchanged a long look, an entire conversation passing between them without words. Our son, Michael, he's healthy, Mrs. Turner finally asked. As far as I know, yes, Richard replied. Has he had any unusual medical issues? Mr. Turner shook his head. No, he's a typical 5-year-old boy, active, curious, occasionally mischievous. Where is he now? Richard couldn't help asking, suddenly desperate to know about this child who might be his biological son. At school, Mrs. Turner said. He started kindergarten this year. He loves it, especially art class. A sad smile crossed Richard's face. Ethan loves art too. He can spend hours with his coloring books and crayons. Another silence fell, heavy with implications and unasked questions. If we agree to this testing, Mr. Turner said slowly, and it turns out there was a mix-up, what then? What happens to our families? It was the question Richard had been dreading, the one he had no good answer for. I don't know, he admitted. That's something we would have to figure out together. But right now, my priority has to be saving Ethan's life. Mrs. Turner nodded, her eyes filling with tears. Of course. We'll do the blood tests. No child should suffer if
good.
there's something we can do to help.
Good.
Thank you, Richard said, his voice thick with emotion. My driver can take you to the hospital now, if that works. Yes, Mr. Turner agreed, standing and helping his wife to her feet. The sooner we know, the better. As the Turners prepared to leave, Richard hesitated, then asked, would it be possible? Could I see a picture of Michael? Mrs. Turner paused, then reached into her purse and pulled out a small photo wallet. She handed it to Richard with trembling fingers. This was taken last month, on his first day of school. Richard stared at the photograph, his breath catching in his throat. The boy in the picture had his eyes, the same unusual shade of blue-gray that had been a Westbrook family trait for generations. The shape of the face, the set of the jaw, all unmistakably reminiscent of Richard's own childhood photos. He's beautiful, Richard said, handing the wallet back with effort. Thank you for showing me. After the Turners had left, Richard returned to the waiting area where Lily sat with Mrs. Grantham. They agreed to the testing, he told Lily, kneeling down to her eye level. We'll know soon if your theory is correct. I hope I'm right, Lily said. Not about the mix-up, that's sad for everyone, but about finding a way to help Ethan. Richard nodded, understanding the distinction. Either way, Lily Mason, you've given us something precious. Hope. And for that, I'll be forever grateful. As Richard's driver took Lily and Mrs. Grantham home, Lily stared out the window, watching the city pass by. She thought about Ethan, fighting for his life in a mansion filled with every luxury, except the one thing he truly needed. She thought about Michael Turner, living an ordinary life, unaware that his identity might be about to change forever. And she thought about the two sets of parents facing a truth that would shatter the foundations of their families. She hoped she had done the right thing. She hoped that whatever happened next, both boys would be okay. Most of all, she hoped that 2 weeks would be enough time to save a life hanging by the thinnest of threads. When they arrived home, Sarah's car was already in the driveway. Lily's stomach dropped as she realized she would have to explain where she had been and what she had done. Mrs. Grantham, sensing Lily's apprehension, patted her hand. Don't you worry, dear. I'll explain everything to your mother. Sometimes rules need to be broken for the greater good. Sarah was waiting at the door, her face a mask of worry that transformed into relief, then confusion at the sight of the expensive town car. Lily, where have you been? I called Mrs. Grantham's apartment and no one answered. Before Lily could respond, Mrs. Grantham stepped forward. It's my fault, Sarah. Mr. Westbrook himself requested to meet with Lily. It seems your daughter might have saved a little boy's life today. Sarah Mason stared at Mrs. Grantham in disbelief as the elderly woman explained the day's extraordinary events. Richard Westbrook? The Richard Westbrook? Sarah repeated, ushering them inside the modest apartment. Lily, what is going on? Lily took a deep breath. I figured out why Ethan Westbrook is sick, Mom. His blood type doesn't match his parents, and I think there was a mix-up at the hospital when he was born. Mr. Westbrook is testing another family right now to see if I'm right. Sarah sank onto the worn sofa, her face ashen. Oh my God, you actually went to Richard Westbrook with this theory, after I explicitly told you to stay out of it? Mrs. Grantham patted Sarah's hand. Your daughter is quite the detective, Sarah. Mr. Westbrook was very impressed with her. That's not the point, Sarah said, struggling to maintain her composure. Lily is 7 years old. She had no business involving herself in a medical situation, especially one as sensitive as this. But Mom, Lily protested, Ethan only has 2 weeks. Nobody else was figuring it out. Sarah closed her eyes briefly. Lily, do you understand what you've done? If you're right, and that's still an if, you've just turned 2 families' lives completely upside down. Lily's lower lip trembled. I just wanted to help. Ethan needs special medicine from his real parents, or he'll die. Sarah's expression softened as she pulled her daughter into a hug. Your heart was in the right place, sweetheart, but sometimes helping means letting the professionals handle things. Before Sarah could say more, the phone rang. She released Lily and crossed the room to answer it. Hello? Yes, this is Sarah Mason. Her expression changed as she listened. Yes, sir. I understand. We'll be right there. She hung up slowly, staring at the receiver before turning to Lily. That was Richard Westbrook. He wants us to come to the hospital right away. The Turner's blood tests. They're a match, and he's confirmed that their son has O-positive blood, just like the Westbrooks. Lily's heart leaped. So I was right. There was a mix-up. It seems that way, Sarah said quietly. They're doing additional genetic testing now, but the blood types alone are strong evidence. Mrs. Grantham clapped her hands. Well, our little Lily solved the mystery and saved a life all in one day. Sarah didn't share the older woman's enthusiasm. This isn't a mystery novel, Mrs. Grantham. This is 2 families discovering that the children they've raised for 5 years aren't biologically theirs. But Ethan might live now, Lily pointed out. That's good, right? Sarah nodded, gathering her purse and keys. Yes, that's good, but this is just the beginning of a very complicated situation. The drive to Westbrook Memorial Hospital was tense. When they arrived, they were immediately escorted to a private waiting area on the top floor. Richard Westbrook was there, pacing anxiously, while a woman Lily assumed must be Mrs. Westbrook sat rigidly in a leather chair, her face a mask of controlled emotion. Sarah, Lily, thank you for coming, Richard said. Caroline, this is Lily Mason, the remarkable young lady I told you about, and her mother, Sarah. Caroline Westbrook nodded stiffly. She was beautiful in a polished way, blonde hair swept into an immaculate chignon, pearls at her throat, designer clothing that probably cost more than Sarah's monthly salary. So you're the child who thinks our son isn't our son, she said, her voice brittle. Caroline, Richard warned, but Lily stepped forward bravely. I don't think that anymore, Mrs. Westbrook. Now I know. But that doesn't mean he's not your son in all the ways that matter. Caroline's expression softened fractionally. You're quite articulate for a 7-year-old. The door opened and Dr. Mitchell entered, followed by a younger doctor. The preliminary genetic test results are in, he announced. I'm afraid they confirm our suspicions. Ethan Westbrook is not biologically related to Richard and Caroline, and Michael Turner is not biologically related to Robert and Jessica Turner. Caroline made a small, wounded sound. Richard moved to her side immediately, taking her hand. The probability of a hospital mix-up is now virtually certain, Dr. Mitchell continued. We've already begun investigating how this could have happened. Where are the Turners now? Richard asked. They're with Michael in a private room downstairs, the younger doctor replied. We've begun preliminary compatibility testing to determine if they can provide the genetic material Ethan needs for Dr. Chapman's procedure. And Ethan? Caroline asked, her voice barely audible. Does he know any of this? Dr. Mitchell shook his head. Not yet. We felt it was important for you to decide how and when to approach that conversation. Caroline's composure finally broke. How do you tell a 5-year-old child that you're not his mother? That his entire life has been a lie? Tears streamed down her face. Sarah stepped forward impulsively. Mrs. Westbrook, children are remarkably resilient, especially at Ethan's age. He knows you love him. That's what matters most. Richard cleared his throat. We need to meet the Turners properly this time, and they need to meet Ethan. We need to start figuring out what happens next. They've agreed to come up, Dr. Mitchell said. They're just waiting for Michael to finish his blood work. When the door opened again, the Turners entered hesitantly. Jessica Turner's eyes were red from crying, and Robert Turner's arm was protectively around her shoulders. Behind them, half hidden, was a small boy with blue-gray eyes and sandy hair. The room fell silent as Richard and Caroline Westbrook stared at the child who was, biologically, their son. Michael Turner stared back curiously, not understanding why these strangers were looking at him with such intense emotion. "Hello, Michael," Richard finally said, his voice gentle.
Hello,
"My
Wolf.
name is Richard. Thank you for coming to the hospital today to help another little boy." Michael nodded solemnly. "Mum and Dad said someone needs my special blood." "That's right," Richard confirmed, kneeling to the boy's eye level. "You're a very brave young man." Caroline remained frozen in her chair, unable to take her eyes off the child she had never known. Jessica Turner noticed and approached her slowly. "This must be even harder for you," she said quietly. "At least we didn't know what we were missing." Caroline looked up at her, surprised by the compassion. "And you've been raising my son as your own, giving him love and care when I couldn't." The two women regarded each other with a new understanding, united by an impossible situation neither had chosen. "I think," Richard said, looking from the Turners to his
You know damn well that did not happen. Quit. AI's just making things up.
wife, "that we have a lot to discuss about how we move forward. But first, there's a little boy upstairs who needs the help that only you can provide. Dr. Mitchell, are the Turners a match for the treatment Ethan needs?" Dr. Mitchell nodded. "Preliminary results are very promising. Both Robert and Jessica show high compatibility markers. With their genetic material, we can begin preparing for Dr. Chapman's procedure as soon as she arrives." "How is he?" Jessica asked suddenly. "Ethan, I mean. What is he like?" A small smile touched Caroline's lips. "He's sweet, thoughtful. He loves dinosaurs and space. He has a collection of rocks that he keeps in a special box under his bed. He's afraid of thunderstorms, but pretends not to be." "So is Michael," Robert said softly. "He's our son in every way except biology." Richard straightened, determination replacing the shock on his face. "Then let's focus on saving Ethan's life first. Everything else, custody, living arrangements, legal issues, can wait. Right now, nothing matters except making sure both boys have a future." Everyone in the room nodded in agreement, a momentary unity forged by crisis. In the corner, forgotten for the moment, Lily watched it all unfold, both proud of her role in uncovering the truth and humbled by the enormity of its impact on these families' lives. 3 days later, Lily sat in the hospital cafeteria with a chocolate pudding cup, watching the rain streak down the large windows. Sarah was upstairs checking on a patient before her shift ended, and Lily had been instructed, in no uncertain terms, to remain exactly where she was until her mother returned. "Mind if I join you?" a familiar voice asked. Lily looked up to see Richard Westbrook standing beside her table, a coffee cup in his hand. He looked different from the polished businessman she had first encountered, more rumpled, with stubble on his jaw and dark circles under his eyes. "Sure," Lily said. "How's Ethan?" Richard sat down heavily. "Holding on. The treatment preparation has started, but Dr. Chapman is still making her way back from Guatemala. The weather has delayed her flight." "But the Turners' special cells are helping?" Lily asked, carefully scooping the last bit of pudding from the cup. "Yes," Richard nodded. "The bone marrow donation process was successful. Both Robert and Jessica proved to be excellent matches, genetically speaking." A wry smile crossed his face. "It's ironic, isn't it? If Ethan had been our biological son, we wouldn't have been able to help him. Our blood types weren't compatible." Lily considered this. So him being switched at birth might actually save his life? It appears that way, Richard agreed. One of life's strange twists. Have you told Ethan yet about the mix-up? Richard's expression grew somber. Not everything. We've told him that we found special donors who can help him get better. We've introduced him to the Turners and Michael. But the full truth. He shook his head. That's a conversation that will have to wait until he's stronger. And Michael? Does he know? Children are perceptive, Richard said. He knows something significant is happening, but not the specifics. Jessica and Robert are waiting as well, letting the boys get to know each other first as friends. Lily nodded. They've met. A genuine smile lit Richard's tired face. Yes, yesterday. It was remarkable, Lily. They connected immediately, as if some part of them recognized each other. They spent hours playing with Ethan's toys, inventing elaborate stories about dinosaurs and astronauts. That's good, Lily said with a child's certainty. They need to be friends if they're going to be brothers. Richard's eyebrows rose. Brothers?
Yeah, no, we're going to go ahead and end right there. We've been doing this for almost fucking 5 hours. So let's go ahead and end there. What time is it? 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm not drunk or high and only have 1 cigarette left. So it's time to go to bed. So thank you for watching. It's time to give the pillow some head, the sheets some ass. Give the pillow some head, the sheets some ass, and have the sweetest dreams ever. Love you so much. Goodbye. We're ending the stream, right? Yeah.